First.
Are we live? There we go. Yep.
Good.
Now it's on both TVs.
We're good? All right. Welcome everyone to the Winchester Public Schools Board of Education Special Meeting Budget Workshop for February 26, 2026. First item, call to order. We'll do Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a request. Frank?
Yes. Today is the 33rd anniversary of the bombing of the World Trade Center in 1983, which, working for DEP, myself and a number of people were part of that evening with the former commissioner, with the previous, with lieutenant police officer who later became one of the best police commissioners in the world. So what I ask is a 20-second silence in memory of those people that got killed and the people that got injured after, with no remorse from the government to get anything for themselves. Thank you.
Okay. So a moment of silence, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, roll call.
Joseph Santoro.
Chrissy Rylander.
Frank Oliveri.
Jonathan Morhart.
Kurt Werner.
Julie Luby.
Nora McCarsky.
Eleanor Bishop.
Carol Kiak.
And we have Shane Centrella on the phone. Thank you, Shane. All right, on to item 2, public comment. The Winchester Board of Education welcome you to its business meeting. There are two opportunities set aside to hear comments from the public. We welcome and encourage public participation as a valued part of communicating input with the Winchester Board of Education. We appreciate your adherence in the following. Complete the requested information on the sign-in sheet if you wish to speak, name, address, and email. State your name and address when called upon to speak, and you will be allotted 3 minutes to share your comments. Please be advised that it is not the practice of the Board of Education to engage in dialogue regarding commentary. The Superintendent of Schools will be directed by the chairperson to prepare an appropriate response in a timely manner. We appreciate your time and thoughtful commentary. Does anyone wish to speak?
You have to sign up?
Yep, please. You can sign up now and speak if you'd like. I do ask that you turn the microphone on as well. And maybe once you're done filling that out, we put the form over there so other people can sign up. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Candy Perez. I live at 605 West Wakefield Boulevard. It's the first time I'm speaking. I'm not part of a board. I'm not part of anything, so it's my first time, right? I'd just like to say your job is going to be really tough, along with the Board of Selectmen, along with the town voters, because there's a problem, right? There's not enough money to go around to everybody. So I'd like to talk about math with all of you. I figure there's $1 million right now on the Board of Education that cannot be cut. So you have your ask of 2 point something, but there's $1 million that can't be cut, that you are going to have to fund no matter what. If the Board of Selectmen says no increase at all, you're gonna have to come up from $1 million out of what you are currently doing in the K-6 regular education program. So the money that you have to do, you have to fund the buses next year. They have to run. So whatever the buses ask for, you have to fund. Special education, what you're currently paying for, plus whatever you have to do for an outplacement next year, or a new bus, or anything like that, you have to fund. The private school tuition, you have to fund. You have no choices in any of those, so you have $1 million out of the gate that has to come from somewhere. If you get $1 million from the property tax owners in the town, you can pay that million, but then you have your regular education K-6. And what is regular education K-6 going to get their money from? Is the state going to give more money to the town of Winchester? We've heard people over the past 6 months to 9 months say that there'll be no more money coming into town. Are we going to see that money? Is the town going to be able to give you more than $1 million, $1.5 million? Because $1 million is 1 mil. The town side is going around right now asking department heads to do a 3% cut in their budgets. And I know that because we've been asked to, in a budget that we run with the lake. A 3% cut is going around on the town side. So where's the money going to come from, and how are you, and that's why I said it's gonna be a tough job. You have $1 million out of the gate, and you'll have to fund it. If the Board of Selectmen doesn't give you money, if the state doesn't give you money, and if the townspeople don't say yes to a tax increase, you will need to take that $1 million that you have no control over and pay it out of existing regular ed K-6 budgets. It's all math. It's not about how you feel about this entity or that entity, or how you feel about where things should be, or philosophy. It's just simple math about the money that you have to pay. And that's what I just wanted to share. So,
Thank you.
good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
My name is Rick Siddon, 736 Lake Drive, and what Candy said is very, very, took half my notes away. But I'm just saying, the students deserve a great experience and the best education, no matter what. That's number one. And after that, the taxpayers, they're crippled. I owned 4 homes on the lake. I love the lake. Since 1991, I had to sell 3 to support myself. We built a new home, 1,800 square feet, 55-foot frontage on the lake. I pay $16,000 a year. Okay, I'm 75 and a half years old, and I have just Social Security income, no pension. So now I'm planning to do a reverse mortgage. A home is worth a lot, yes. Of course, when you sell them, you get the exemption from the IRS, but they grab 35% on all the rest. So homes are worth a lot in the lake. The roads are like a third world country, or maybe a fourth world country. I'm sorry, someone's correcting me back there. You know, the cars are being ruined and things of that nature. All I ask is you work together and do some common sense things to help save $2,000, to save $10,000, $1 million. You know, I don't know if this is all political. I hear little comments, but I'm not into politics, so I don't really understand them. If people are fighting, it goes nowhere. If people work hard together, educators are brilliant. Now they have to be creative. So you gotta do something on both ends, for the children and for the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, bud.
He did.
Matt Smith, 662 East Wakefield Boulevard. I agree with everything Candy said, and I like what Rick said as well. Tonight, I'm here as a resident and a taxpayer of this town. I've been following the school system and the budget for many years now. The school system, K through 12, needs to be fixed. It needs to be a better system. Throwing good money at a bad system is not the answer. We need a change, and we have to do better. This is not a political issue. You know, it doesn't matter. I agree with Candy. She's a Democrat. I'm a Republican. That doesn't matter. We're looking to have a better system for our children. Now, I was very disappointed on February 17th at the meeting regarding the reduction scenarios. And Dr. Luby brought forward these 4 scenarios to the board. I know you're familiar with them. Those scenarios, and she stated that scenario number 4 was the real option that we should look at. And I think that scenario 4 was handled poorly. It was presented poorly, and I have some serious issues with it. The first, the option was not brought to the board, the WPS board members prior to the meeting. That's number 1. Number 2, no notice was given, nor did the superintendent speak with Gilbert to get her facts in order on that scenario brought forward. 3, the superintendent understood, if the superintendent understood the designation participation agreement that was signed with Gilbert on August 25th, recently, she would have known that by removing a grade would have been a breach of that agreement, which was recently signed. However, you could move the 6th grade in that agreement as part of the middle school, which you should consider and look into and have all the documentation on that. I think, on a brighter note, going forward, I think we have to look at our educational system. I would recommend looking at Gilbert to be contracted possibly, to save money and to have a better education for the children through grades K through 6. This would unify the school system. It would be make it financially responsible and a better cohesive education. We wouldn't have a speed bump going from the 6th grade to the 7th and 8th. So it would be a better education for our children. It would get rid of duplicate services with the WPS board, and the WPS board would still have control and oversight over that contract with Gilbert. Lastly, please look into our special education students and bring special education students, bringing them back into the town system. It seems unfair. That's an expensive proposition. It's like $3 million that we have to bust them out of our community. A lot of people I know that have children in special ed have to go back and forth for an hour one way and an hour back. It would be much better to handle that in a responsible way, a more fiscally responsible way, and to bring those students back to our town. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Would you mean, you can speak now and then sign in after, that's fine.
My name's Marcia Sterling. I live at 254 Grantville Road. Haven't seen many of you in a while, but hi. Nice to see you again. I'm coming to speak because this is an incredibly important issue. It's the most important thing the town does, is educate our students. It's the future of the town. And the Board of Ed expenditures have increased from $20 million to $24 million in the last 5 years. The town has made a significant commitment. And that's just the run rate spending. That doesn't include the almost $500,000 a year that we're paying out for the renovation of Hinsdale School. So the town is committed to education, and they've made significant commitments. So I think it's important to note that in the last 2 years, the town has increased the Board of Ed budget by more than $1 million in each of those 2 years, with no explanation from the Board of Education as to where that money's gone, and I've asked repeatedly, and I've gotten radio silence. So I decided to look at a few other statistics. I don't know how many other people here have had a chance to check the edsite.gov, which is the stats for the different towns and the different school districts, and I found out some really interesting things. And I'm looking just at the Winchester K through 6 or pre-K through 6 system. If you compare that, we have about 600 students. New Hartford has 440 students. So it's a little smaller, but it's about the same. We spend over $23,000 per student. They spend about $21,000 per student, $21,400. We actually have a lower student-teacher ratio. We have about 9.5 to 1. They have about 10 to 1. Their special needs and disabled statistics are 24% of the population. Ours is 20, or 20.9, so 21. Their English language learners, admittedly, are pretty close to 0. I think they have 1. But ours isn't that high. It's about 6. The state average is about 12. But what's most telling and most important is the state's accountability score, which takes all the different contributions into play and says, how is your school district doing? And before I give you the punchline, I think you can guess ours isn't very good. Bark-Hampstead School District, which again spends about $21,000 for their K through 6. They have 250 students. I'm happy to give you, I can print out copies of this. They have about a 10-to-1 student-teacher ratio. Their accountability score is 92.4. It's comparable to Westport's. It's the best in the state of Connecticut. New Hartford's is also pretty good at 74.6. Winchester's at 64.8 is one of the worst in the state. It's actually down there with Bridgeport and New Haven. And again, this is accounting for all of the way the investments are done and the way the education is handled. So we've made a big investment in this school district. We've made a big commitment. It's time for us to find out why our performance is not working out before we just throw a whole bunch more money at the system. The school district has had the town's commitment, and it's about time that we find out and get real answers. Where's the money going? How's it being spent? Putting metrics in place and saying, what's gonna come of this? And a year from now, really judging that. And quite frankly, I'm much more of, at this point, with a $4 million investment that's already been made, I think the school district and the school board should find out what happened with all that money and look at why we didn't have an increase in performance. Because that's what we need to find. It isn't that the town doesn't want to commit to education, but no one wants to keep, as my mother would say to my dad, pouring money into a hole in the water, otherwise known as a boat. So I'm happy to give these to people because I printed them out. And I really appreciate your time. I also appreciate your commitment to doing this. I didn't sit in the Board of Ed chairs, but I've sat in some of those chairs, and I know what an enormous commitment it is. My husband sat in one of those chairs. So I really appreciate it. And we have to figure this out, because otherwise, we're the last district in the pile in a beautiful part of Connecticut. And a lot of things have changed in the last 5 years. And again, the town has made an investment. We need to find out how to make the most of what we're doing. And that's what I would add to your list of things to do. That's what I would really like to understand. And I apologize for coming from the Y pool to here. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hi, my name is Luisa Martinez, and these are just some notes I came up with today because I was curious comparing our school size compared to the other towns. I have 5 here, but it might take a while. I'll just go with the top 2 towns that I looked at. Weston, and they all had to be about the same population as our school. Weston's population, according to Google AI, so if you don't like the numbers, you can blame them, 10,396 students. The median family income is what I was looking at. It's $250,000, and they pay $27,850 per student. When I looked up Winchester, with a population according to this AI 10,309, and our median family income came up $79,206, and yet according to how much we spend per student, $26,997. We are not Winston, we are not Weston, we're not even Old Saybrook, who also came in lower. We're not Canton or Summers, all came in much lower. And it's just to show the unaffordability of the amount of money that's being asked for to fund the schools. So you have to find another way, because we just can't keep shelling out this kind of money. And poor results, because I looked at proficiency. Weston, math reading, 90% proficiency. Winchester, 49% proficiency. So we're not even getting anywhere near what we're paying for. And that's all I needed to say. Thank you for listening.
May I just add an addendum? Her number includes all the other state, that 26 odd number per student. My number is just the town contribution. So, the per student is actually closer to $27,000. She's correct.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hi, I'm Kevin Bishop, 59 Hinsdale, member of the Board of Selectmen. I just want to say, basically, let you off the hook and say, let the Board of Selectmen be the bad guys. The job of the Board of Education is to present a budget that is responsible to the students and to the schools. And the job of the Board of Selectmen is to present a budget, and the town manager is to present a budget that's responsible fiscally to the taxpayer of the town. Now, I am not someone who wants to raise, create some incredible tax raise for the people, but, an increase in school budget doesn't necessarily directly equate to an increase in the mill rate. There are things happening right now. We don't know what's going to happen. It's a constantly moving target. The revenue, there are different things happening in town that could increase the revenue. There's all sorts of things that the town manager and people are working on that can fix it that way. We're working very hard. There's a push across the entire state to fix the educational cost sharing, the ECS. It's a major issue. Every town is angry, including me. I'm very angry at the state at the fact that it's been 17 years since our town has gotten an increase in ECS. That is on the cusp of changing. There's a bill in the House that right now just popped up today. They might be giving an extra $1,000 per student for every school in Connecticut. So all I'm asking, I am not someone who wants to give some giant tax raise. I mean, I'm a homeowner. I can't afford it. Nobody can afford it. We all agree there. We all agree there. But the issue is if the budget is cut down to nothing before it comes before the Board of Selectmen, what if something changes between now and then? The system of oversight that is meant to happen in democracy is working for K through 6 public school education. WPS, it's working. The Board of Selectmen is supposed to have that fiscal oversight, and it's working. So let the system work. You will all be, lauded and applauded for putting forth, what is responsible for the students. Is it more expensive than the town can afford? Maybe it is. We don't know how it's going to fall into place. Let the selectmen do our job. Let the town manager make his recommendations. Your job is to make a recommendation that benefits the students and the schools first. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, can you
Yes.
sign it? Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
I'll let him go first.
Come on up, please.
Thank you. Evening, everyone. My name is Ryan Schaefer. I live at 92 Stanton Avenue, Winsted. Two things that I'm up here for. One is in the proposed budget, I was looking over some of the numbers, and it seemed to be a little confusing for me as far as the amount that we're spending on out-of-district special education, transportation, and then the increase to have BCBA therapy and the requested social services to be added to our schools. I didn't know if that was a combination, like the cost would be the transportation cost, and it would also include the additional personnel at the school, or if it's one or the other. I don't know if that makes sense. It was a little confusing for me.
I know we don't respond. Do you want to just explain that a little more so then I can follow up and get you information?
Sure.
afterwards?
So on the district, on the out-of-district spending, it was what, 1,300,000, something like that for transportation?
Matthew, could you put the budget book up?
Sorry.
Were you looking at the pages that are like yellow? He's
It
gonna
was on
show you.
page
in
20.
one second. Matthew, go if you would to, you'll have to rotate
Behavioral.
when you get there, but. Yeah, like these kinds of pages?
Yeah.
Okay, so special education, go into the 5s, please. Let's see if we can understand the question.
Page 20.
So those are all the numbers for the transportation to take students of Winsted to bring them outside, right, for their educational needs. So that's part of the budget, but also part of the budget wasn't adding additional resources in the school, so those students wouldn't have to go out of town, or
No,
was
so
that combination?
these students have transportation costs and there's also associated tuition costs because they have needs that can't be met within the programs that we offer in the district.
Okay.
There are additional special education students whose needs are being met through the staff that you're referring to, the BCBA,
Yeah,
social workers and things like that.
okay. So.
So that's a second group of children.
Okay. All right, so that's why I was confused. Thank you for clarifying. The second thing is that I know there was a stipend for the Talented and Gifted program coming up that was proposed. I have a good feeling that a lot of things are going to be cut down and chipped away due to the increased budget cost. My daughter is over there in the black shirt, probably being very shy. But she's been one that's would benefit greatly from that Talented and Gifted program. It's been mentioned by our teachers for years, and every year we've gotten the same response: no, we can't do it, no, we can't do it. I know it's a very small amount in that proposed budget, but I just wanted to, you know, that little one over there could benefit from it greatly, even from that small little slice. So not only for her, but for any other students that might benefit from it.
Thank you.
And that was it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
I was asked to read something. So this is from three parents in town. Natalie Blacher, she lives at 44 Spencer Street. Kim Schult at 100 Hinsdale Ave. And Olympia Thompson, 168 Spencer Hill Road. And they write as a group. We are 3 households in Winstead. Between us, we have 9 children with students at all of the town's schools, Hinsdale, Pearson, and Gilbert. We unequivocally support the budget as initially proposed by Dr. Luby. We do not endorse the Board of Ed selecting any of the 4 categories of major cuts as proposed and presented at the February 12th meeting. We look to the Board of Education members to hold at the front of their decision-making minds the interests and well-being of the schools, the students, teachers, and staff that comprise them. We do not expect board members to have alternate primary priorities such as 0 increases and acrimony with our local high school, which is all to the detriment of our whole education program. Yes, this is a substantial increase to the budget. However, it is also a right sizing for our current and future economic and social climate. Your stakeholders, the school community, are looking at you to support this budget and sell it appropriately to the Board of Selectmen. It is not the mandate of this education board to hinder sound investment in our schools, thereby making our town unappealing to both current and prospective residents. We implore you to pass the budget and support it moving forward through the entire referendum processes.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Oh, he beat you to it.
Is that mic
It's on. Yep, you're good. And I know there's a precedent of standing. You can sit if you'd like.
It's the only time
I'm
people
going
have ever
to.
stood. Or when I first got us.
I know. Thank you.
The goggles out. All right. Rob Aslan, 228 Smith Hill Road. So let me start off by saying all children deserve a proper education. My biggest concern in this town is the split school system, with 2 sets of administrators costing the taxpayers excessive amounts of money in salaries and benefits. Let me ask the board members this question. Have you ever looked up the state of Connecticut requirements for needing a school superintendent? I have. The town of Winchester does not even meet the requirement for 1 full-time superintendent, yet we have 2. 1 in Winston Public Schools and 1 at Gilbert School. Also, administrators at alternate ed, or whatever that's called now. When is this town going to address the split school system? The money you could save by unifying the school system is astronomical. You could hire more teachers, special ed teachers, paraprofessionals with the cost savings. As I have said above, every child deserves a proper education, but at what cost? There are so many inefficiencies. The town and the schools need to be run like a business. If you run your home budget like the town and the school systems do, you would be living on the street. When does it end? A $2+ million tax increase ask again this year
from the schools is just ridiculous, and these giant increases are unsustainable. The student population has declined annually for the past few years, and this year there's going to be less students than last year. Less students, more money. When will it end? Asking the taxpayers for another giant increase this year when families are struggling to put food on the table, paying excessively high electricity bills, is a huge burden for the average household in this town. Please wake up, concerned taxpayers of Winsted.
Thank you. Thank you. Sign in. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Hello, I'm Mary Ann Marino, 631 Vera Road. Thank you for the offer to sit, but I think I'll stand. As I understand it, this board did ask the Gilbert School to make cuts. According to state statute, they do not have to, and therefore they did not. So I agree with my old friend Matt that we should combine the schools. And I think that we should eliminate that position that the town continues to be in of not having the opportunity to enforce cuts from the Gilbert School by giving the Gilbert School to the Winsted Public Schools and have it become part of the Winsted Public School system. That would do what a lot of people here support, which is unifying the school system and moving us away from a statute that is not beneficial to our town budget, ourselves as taxpayers. So I'd be all in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? There will be another opportunity later, but anyone else? Going once? Going twice? So, all right, moving on. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, before we move into our action item, which is the budget review, discussion, and possible action, I think we want to give a little bit, some information, some data that we have presented. We also would like to ask our BCBA, who currently works for our schools district, to come up and tell us a little bit about what he does as well. So before we get into what we're really here to do, we're just gonna get some more information items to everyone, so we can make an informed best decision as we move forward. Julie?
Thank you, Kurt. If you could put the reference group data up. Perfect, thank you. As part of our discussion and actually sort of teed up by some of the comments tonight about the achievement of the Winchester Public Schools, I'll just acknowledge that our accountability index this year is many points lower than usual. You may remember as a board that this fall we discovered that we had been reporting attendance, which drove our score down significantly. We anticipate being back in the mid-70s with our accountability index next year, as we have been. Because that number is not necessarily, well, it's certainly not the only number, and it's also not the most reliable. This performance index data, and Matthew, I don't know if you could make that just a little bit bigger, would be great. I'm gonna tell you what you're looking at. Back in the day, people have probably heard of DIRGs. The state used to talk about district reference groups. They haven't updated those in about 15 years, and when you talk to the State Department of Education, they will tell you they are not valid. They have not been reviewed and updated in ages, and that if you're looking for a set of schools to compare yourself to, look at the size of your enrollment and your percent of students receiving free and reduced lunch. So I just pulled from EdSite all of the schools that were sort of in the same range as we were for free and reduced lunch, and then eliminated districts like a Danbury that was, so much larger, because it's just not fair to compare huge districts and little districts. The data here is the performance index, which is a great statistic. What that tells you, you can always look at just the percent of your kids who are meeting the standard. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 bands, and kids in 3 and 4 are meeting. But it doesn't tell you sort of the overall wellness, because you could have half of your students in band 4 and half in band 1, and that's very different than having 50% of your students in 2 and 3. So this number tells the story. It pulls in all of the kids in all of the bands. And you can see I've highlighted Winchester for you here. You see our ELA performance index, our math performance index, and our science performance index as compared to these towns that are comparable to us in their size and in their socioeconomics. Of these, I think there's 11 towns in the list. Winchester is in first place with our science scores, and as you can see, well above everyone else in the group. We really kick it in science. We have a really strong program. Many of you have already expressed an interest in coming to our drone competition. You know, we've turned our library classes into places that are filled with innovation and creativity. We are really in the front on that. As far as math goes, of these 11 towns, which are similar to us, we have the second highest ranking, and you can see that the range goes so far below where we are. And in reading, we are the third highest ranking, and again, you can see that we are very close to the top there, and the range goes well below. And you can see some of those comparison towns are towns you would think well of. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Naugatuck, Ansonia, Torrington. We are outperforming all of those places. So I did want to make sure that we had some accurate reference points in the realm of how we perform as a school district. It would be great, I know Frank expressed at one of our workshops that he wants us to be a top 10 in the state in 5 years, and I applaud that. I don't know if we'll get to top 10 in the state, but we're certainly trying, and being top of our reference group, I think, is an important place to start that conversation. So that was one thing for data. The other thing, Matthew, if you could go to the budget book for me and just go to page number 15, which is 17 of the PDF, if possible, for one quick second. I just want to reference the per pupil expenditures, because again, this is the most current, and this is what takes into account all of the different ways in which we're spending money. So what the state reports is an aggregate, and it's probably, I think the number someone quoted tonight was in the neighborhood of $24,000 a student, so that strikes about right. When you take the current enrollment, or projected enrollment, I guess, for next year, going across that line, 598 students. This is based on the fiscal year 27 budget that we're working on. The per pupil spending on the K-6 program is about 21,000. On the 712 program is about 28,000. And unfortunately, you know, students who are being transported to out-of-district placements obviously cost far more per student, and we share everyone's belief that when we can build a program that would meet students' needs, we would be thrilled to bring them back.
Just as a point of reference, the 7 through 12, the number, the 28,000, that includes the special ed students as well?
No, it does not include special education. That's its own column. That's just the cost of the teachers who work up there, the one run of half of the transportation, and the tuition. In fairness, it doesn't reflect the 9,000 deduction that we received after we had published our budget. So that number should be 11,226, but I don't think that would significantly move the needle. So those were a couple things I wanted to share. We could just throw the agenda back up for a minute. And I wanted to invite, we've talked a lot about the needs of students and how significant and severe they are, and how our budget is largely a status quo budget. We have $377,000 and some hundreds in the budget for new positions. Given the size of the budget, that's a pretty small percent of the increase and a small percent of the total budget. But those new positions are in there to meet students' needs. And so we have had the great fortune this year to have maybe for the first time ever, or at least for the first time in a long time, our very own BCBA. We have in the past had to contract through companies and have one person 2 days and another person 2 days. We have found someone who is dedicated to our district and our students. And I've tried to do my best to sort of tell you all about what a BCBA does. But I asked Gio, he's gonna be 5 minutes or less, but I thought it was important that you just hear from him a little bit about what a BCBA is, because although it's not the only new thing in the budget, it is a big chunk. It's a third of what's extra in this budget. So Gio, if you want to come to the table, please sit and be comfortable. You can stand wherever.
I like standing.
Excellent. So Gio Kutaya.
Yeah.
This is the board. This is our
Hi, everybody.
BCBA, Gio Kutaya.
Nice
Hello.
to meet everybody.
Nice to meet you.
My name's Giovanni Cataya. I'm behavior analyst for the district. You already introduced me. I was asked here to kind of speak about what I do and also why we should really consider a second behavior analyst. So it's kind of in the title, behavior analyst. I assess students' behavior that interfere with their learning, others' learning. I also deal with behaviors that are dangerous or unsafe. These can include hitting, running out of the room, breaking things, swiping items, hitting other people, whatever you can think of that those type of maladaptive behaviors, those are the ones that I kind of assess and deal with. Now, there's an assessment process that I have to go through with all students. It's called an FBA. This process, it helps me identify why they're engaging in these behaviors. And from there, I teach alternative behaviors. So, for example, let's say I have a student that is hitting because they want to escape doing work. This is a very black and white example. It's never this simple. I find through the assessment that they're trying to escape work through hitting their teacher or whatever. The alternative behavior might be requesting simply break. So those forms are different, like hitting the teacher versus asking for a break. Those are two different forms, but the function is the same. They're getting the same thing out of that behavior. It's just asking for a break is a little bit more appropriate than hitting somebody else. So this is only one of the responsibilities that I take on. I specifically wanted to talk about this one because I have to provide this assessment for every student I work with. Other responsibilities that I'm not going to really go in depth about would be creating a behavior plan, training staff on how to implement that behavior plan, creating data systems, data collection systems, creating graphs, analyzing graphs, presenting at PPTs, sometimes working directly with the students as well as keeping up on new research and all of that stuff. Now, given those responsibilities, there are more, but I would like to talk about the need for a second behavior analyst. As a BCBA, sorry, I use those two words interchangeably. BCBA is a behavior analyst, it's the same thing. I have to follow an ethical code. This ethical code is actually referenced in the guidelines for BCBAs working in schools in Connecticut. Both my code and the guidelines do not specifically state the actual size of one's caseload because it varies from district to district due to the needs of the students. So that assessment that I was talking about earlier, that pretty much is done with all students, no matter what. But as I was kind of saying before, working directly with the students isn't always required. It could just be like team consult. If staff are already trained on procedures, there might not need to be a lot of staff training. It all depends on the needs of the district and the students as well. So my goal upon starting in this district was to take on the full caseload and provide services to those students. But not only that, but also to start to come up with a program that can meet the needs of more students that we were getting in. With the current needs of the students, that is not possible with just one BCBA. On average, a BCBA has a caseload of 8 to 12 students. It can reach up to like 20, but that up in that 20, like 15 to 20 range is considered like very high. Currently, Winsted has 30 students who need intervention or consultation from a behavior analyst. So the needs of the district greatly surpasses the average caseload by almost double or triple of like the average caseload. And that also doesn't include referrals. Even while I was kind of preparing for this, I had written here 4 referrals, but today I actually got another one, so it's up to 5 referrals now. So I'm here today to support, Julie's request for an additional behavior analyst to ensure that all students are provided the services they needed, and also to adhere to my ethical code. It's not ethical. I can't say that I can provide services for all 30 students. It's too tedious to do. Without the assistance of an additional analyst, students won't get the quality services that they need, and I will be working outside of the compliance of my code as well. So I appreciate you letting me speak. Does anybody have questions before close? Any questions?
I just wanted to be clear so folk know. Your role as BCBA is beyond students that might be persons that have IEPs. Am I correct that you service all students?
If a student if I get a referral for it, they usually have an IEP or a 504 that will have me in there either for consult or for assessments as well. So it is within their IEPs or 504 plans.
So BCBA would be in an IEP, which is a federally mandated obligation once you're in that IEP.
Yes, it is, yes. So
Okay.
In that consult time, like you said, I am bound to provide those services for.
And if you don't have time to provide those services, which are in the IEP, then the district is culpable for federal violation. Am I correct?
Not federal violation. I'm overseen by a board. It's called the Behavior Analyst Certification Board. That's my governing body. I don't think it's a federal law, but I could lose my license if I'm out of compliance with the code.
IEPs are federal laws.
So, Gio's speaking about sort of who he answers to, if you will, but the district, yes, if we are not providing services that are in an IEP, we are out of federal compliance.
So yes.
He's not, we are.
So yes.
You're off the hook.
Okay.
And I think to the point that was made earlier about providing programs in district rather than sending kids all over, I think the theory of action is that if we do a great job understanding kids' behavior and addressing it, we will have less students that we need to place out of district.
So prior to this, actually, I worked in Watertown as a behavior analyst. My caseload was 12, which is the average max. I worked for a company called Taxpayer, and at that time, we were kind of helping build the school district's program up. So I'm very aware and capable of doing it, and that's that was my plan coming in. But after seeing the caseload, which is, like I said, over double the normal average, it's not possible for me to do that and also provide services for these kiddos. So.
Could you speak to, sometimes elementary teachers have data teaming, sometimes they have teaming during the course of the year or the day built into their schedule. Can you speak to how your role is different from regular ed teachers who team and meet?
I'm not too familiar with the teaming aspect. I mean, I do work with teachers who take data for me, which is very helpful. I don't require them to enter the data, but into my my Excel sheets, but some of them do it, which is extremely helpful. I'm not too sure about the whole teaming aspect.
Julie, do teams of teachers work together to work curriculum and design curriculum, work with students, as well as when they meet, look at the data that he's presenting? But their role is more curricular, would you say?
So I'm a little uncertain what we're talking about, but we have data teams. Our
Yep.
SRBI team looks at student data. If a student is going through the PPT process or has an IEP, we are collecting data on how they're responding to their program, so teachers are involved with that, and they would pull the team together in a meeting for sure to assess where we are and what's working and not working. Curriculum work, totally separate curriculum work, typically would happen in the summer. We have collaborative planning as part of the
That's
teacher's
it.
day, but that's just good old fashioned how are we gonna meet the kids' needs this week in math?
Right. So his role is different from collaborative planning. I just want to make sure everybody
Right.
understands that difference.
Yeah, so the data that I collect is primarily behavior data, once again, on like aggression or these maladaptive behaviors, running away, throwing things like that. And I look at different trend levels, variability, and when we implement procedures based on the assessments done, what I'm looking for is for these behaviors to decrease, but also seeing other behaviors increase, such the ones that are socially appropriate, like asking for help, asking for a break, things like that. So yeah.
And I'll just point out that the kinds of behaviors Gio's describing, we've talked a little bit about this, are not like calling out in class, or the kinds of
Yeah.
behaviors we all thought of from our school days. We're talking about children who are screeching in the hallway or running from the building and having to be chased.
I've seen kids throw chairs, I've seen kids disrobe, I've seen them hurt others where they have to go to the nurse, they're crying.
His work is with extreme behaviors.
Yeah.
And again, sort of, he is like that last barrier where we are trying to keep kids here and meet their needs, but when a child is hurting other children, it starts to get sticky pretty quickly.
Can I
Frank
ask
had a
a question? Yes. My career as a professional engineer in the state of New York, retired. I worked for the city. When we had a problem, you look at the problem, you solve the problem, okay? But then you go back and you look at how the problem started and where the responsibility of that problem started. So we're talking about the curriculum of the school, family, and do we go back to where it starts? Where does the problem start? Is it started in the school? Is it started with the family? And then how do you solve that?
Yeah.
So it doesn't come to you again.
Yeah, obviously I look at only the behaviors that are happening in school.
Right.
And I always say that a big part of it is how this kind of goes back to their home. I do think that there are problems that do stem from home, but as far as in the school, I can do everything I can.
Right.
In my power.
But where do we get the connection that go back to the family and say, look, this is a problem, we can handle it here, but we need
Yeah.
your assistance so it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, well, so far, I've had great experience with families I've worked with. We've had great conversations about like what's working at home, and what's working here at school, and kind of trying to imitate that, in both areas.
Okay, so you're dealing with the family.
Yeah, it doesn't, I do have to say that, like, these are two different settings. The expectations are different at home. There are a lot of I would say there's more, for the most part, there's more expectations in the school. A lot of demands versus at home where they might just like be set to their own device. So the settings are very different, and that can cause a lot of different behaviors.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah,
Thank
of
you
course.
very much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
appreciate it. Okay.
So just a couple other pieces of information. Someone may have already mentioned in the public comments, but I was excited to share with you. As you know, Kurt and Jay Case went to Hartford and met with the commissioner as well as I'm gonna say the director of policy
Someone who works with the governor.
in the governor's office to talk about Winchester and our needs and our plight of really not wanting to decimate education and also not wanting to burden the taxpayers, and really looking for that third, what's behind door number 3. And so far what we've come up with is the ECS formula. So I testified in the middle of the night about the governor's appropriated budget to add our voice to the concern that the ECS formula be adjusted for coming year, fiscal year 27, and not wait. The governor has said there'll be a blue ribbon commission, we'll address this, but that would be a whole year out, and we can't wait for that. So there were so many voices with that. The bill has gone back to the Education Committee as of literally this morning to increase the foundation. Currently, I think I've explained a little bit, it's ridiculously interwoven, but the formula starts with a base amount per student, and then there's ways that it gets added on to, but the base currently is $11,525 per student. And this bill says for the fiscal year ending June 2027, so the coming budget season, $12,500. So that would be $1,000 more per student, meaning while we have 600 students in the schools, your number goes up because they multiply based on your free and reduced lunch rate as well as your EL rate. So our number might be, instead of 600, it might be 700 or 800. That number times the extra 1,000 has the potential, if this is approved, to bring anywhere from 500 to $500,000 to $1 million more dollars to the town. So that is gone into the education committee as of this morning. They haven't opened the sign up for testifying, but as you might imagine, I will testify on that on Wednesday. Also in that, they are opening the section that talks about regional bonuses that applies to us because it also takes in an endowed high school. So my testimony will focus quickly on the $1,000 per student is great. We'll take that and run. Another $1 million coming into the town would be phenomenal. But I also believe there's a strong argument to be made that the way they describe it is you should be getting ECS money for every student for which you are fiscally responsible. We are fiscally responsible for all 1,000 of our students between the K-6 and the 712 program, but they do those differently. The base is different. We get roughly, Kurt was told when he was there, $260,000 for the 712 students of an almost $8 million allocation. That doesn't make sense. If the formula were acted on as if all 1,000 students were Winchester students, which they are, we would be getting at least $1 million more. So my argument will be, in my conversation, it's my hope to get in and meet with the governor next week, that the town is being penalized for something that there's no reason to be penalized for. We are fiscally responsible for all the kids, and if we could get that rectified, would be $1 million, and if the governor's budget ends up increasing the base, that would be $1 million. So I wanted to make sure you knew all those pieces are in play. I have no assurance that any of those will happen, but knowing that Kurt spoke with someone from the governor's office last week, and I'm hopeful to speak with someone next week, I would ask the board to consider taking action on anything in our budget that you think is above and beyond and unnecessary, and make those reductions, but to take the gift of time, and as the process unfolds, it'll be 6 weeks before the Board of Selectmen is even really digging in on this, because there's the weeks in between where they get the books, and then a couple weeks till we present, and then they first start deliberating. Maybe in that time we learn good things, and then that could influence, I forget which speaker spoke about that, but, you know, if there was, it can change the entire formula for the town, and not, our budget wouldn't be the driver behind increased taxes if $2 more million were coming in. So those are exciting things that are maybes and potentially exciting. So I
So
wanted to share that.
I'll speak to my time. I spent almost 6 hours at the Capitol last Tuesday. The main intent was Representative Case did get a meeting with the Commissioner of Education for me to sit with her. After she testified that morning, because she was going to be in the Capitol, she told Jay she was going to be in the Capitol, and if I'd be willing to meet with her after the fact. I was expecting 15 minutes. I got about 40 minutes with her, and it wasn't like she was looking to leave. So she gave me her time, and it was productive. It was good. She has a very keen insight into Winston, as she was part of the receivership, so she knows the dynamic of the town and the struggles of the town, and she's willing to help as best she can, knowing that this is a busy time for her. She will do the best she can, and we did offer asked her some questions, and she did like the question of, are we losing out on money because our kids from Gilbert aren't being accounted for? So she got us some information about that. We asked her a few other things. The biggest eye-opener of that day was how busy the Capitol was, because that was all about education that day. I could hardly get a parking spot, and I mean, you were, what, testimony 298?
At 12:30 in the morning.
So there were over 300 people that testified. We're not the only district that is having problems. We are by far not the only district. I think every town, even the wealthy towns, are having issues. The unfunded mandate that the state puts on us, that really has crippled budgets for every town. So I'd like to say it's just us, but it's not. Everyone is in this position. The great thing is we have somebody in our corner in the state office that knows us, that wants to work with us, and wants to help with us. So that's what I took up from it. The other part of it was we got to meet with an aide with the governor. She asked that myself and Julie put together a list of what we're running into, the issues that we're having, so she could then bring it on to the governor as well. So we will be getting that to her soon as well. So we're doing all we can. We understand that the struggles of the town. We understand, you know, we don't want to raise taxes. We don't want to, you know, we want to provide the best services to our students. And right now, we are not servicing our students to full capacity. So that's what we are here to discuss. That's what whether it takes tonight or another night, we got to get to a point of making the best decision for our kids, but also keeping in mind what's best for our town as well. So that's our jobs for tonight, and hopefully we can move forward at some point. Do you have anything else?
No, I think if someone wants to make a motion and then you
Yep.
can have discussion on the budget itself.
All right, so we're gonna move on.
Can I read something first for transparency?
Sure.
Okay, I just want to make everybody aware, because I don't know if you guys are aware. 4 of us wrote a letter to Dr. Luby, so I just want to read it to you, and just because I don't know if you other ones were aware that we did this. So it says, while we...
Hold on. Just understand that tonight is not a night to add.
So I can't talk again. Okay.
It's
Is
just,
that-
tonight's not a
that's what
night,
we do things.
we are here for an action item that we can discuss that. So
I have the
because
right to
this is,
speak.
because this is a special meeting, we cannot add items.
I'm not adding anything. So you don't want transparency? Okay.
I'm just,
Okay, I'm just putting that
I'm
out there.
wondering, so what does this have to do with
The budget?
The budget tonight?
It actually was about the budget and the stuff presented.
Is it about performance?
Yes.
That should be executive session.
Okay, so I'll just, I don't feel that's true, but.
Well, we're not in a position to make a motion. I don't think this is something that we can vote on, make a motion on, for this particular item. I don't,
That could be executive session.
May I disagree?
well, in order, if we make a motion to
You do
vote.
understand that if it's about performance and it is made public, then Julie can sue us as a Board of Education, because you are allowing the public to hear about performance, which is done in executive session.
Well, it's just like inaccurate numbers. That's basically what it was, that were presented.
That's different, what you just said it was about performance.
Well, she gave us numbers that were incorrect, so I could categorize that as performance.
Matter of whose point of view you're using, but honestly, I mean, you should
So-
make a motion on the budget
Right.
and talk about your adjustments, and that is the business of tonight.
And we can get into those numbers within the discussion of, but that's all we're gonna discuss. When it comes to whether first of all, once we get into this, we don't have the numbers in reference to the possibility of moving seventh grade back.
Right, but when you put something forward in a board
Yes.
meeting, you should have your i's dotted and your t's crossed. And I would never, I'm for the boards, for my company, I would never walk into a meeting being
So
unprepared and
what
give
we will
inaccurate
do,
information.
what we will do is we can make a motion to get into discussion, to review the budget, discuss the budget, and possibly act on the budget. Within the context of that, there will be discussion, or communication about moving seventh grade back. But we're gonna keep that in the confines. We're not gonna talk about feelings of appropriateness or anything like that. We can
It's
just talk
nothing
about,
but
okay?
appropriateness.
So we'll get into the context of that, because we're not gonna gloss over the fact that there was a motion to look into bringing seventh grade back. That's gonna be part of
But
the
based on
budgetary
incorrect
discussion.
information.
Okay. Well, we don't know, because we don't have the correct information or not. So until we do, until we hear from Gilbert, until we hear everything, we don't have all that information. So that's what we'll discuss once we get into so we don't know. Could be accurate, could be not, we don't know that. Okay?
Not agreeing with it.
Okay. So, action item, fiscal year 2027 budget review, discussion, and possible action. Would anyone like to make a motion to open up the discussion concerning the budget?
I will make a motion to open up discussion.
What would you,
I would like to make a motion to pass the budget that was given to us from Dr. Lee. The full
Okay.
budget without.
So you would like to make a motion to approve the budget. Do you have that budget number in front of you?
Oh, I do. So I would like to make a motion to pass the budget for $26,550,562.
I will second that motion.
What page is it?
Hold on one second.
Is that the right number?
That is not,
That's not the right number.
that is not.
That's not the right number?
Nope.
That is the number that I presented.
Right.
We talked about that we can reduce that number by
$1 million.
$33,480, just based on things as prices are coming in, you know, $3,000 on the workers' comp insurance and things like that.
What we discussed the other night
Yes.
was the $1 million, the number of items that brought it down.
Yeah,
So
so,
Chrissy can make any motion she wants,
Oh.
and then you can all discuss.
Yeah.
You need a motion on the floor to have the debate,
Okay.
and she can always withdraw that if a different motion starts to emerge. But if I could suggest that instead of 26,550 as presented, you wanna do 26,509,482, which is updated to reflect, the actual Gilbert number,
adjustments.
the workers' comp piece that came in, the Medicaid reimbursement vendor change, the little things that we had.
Right, so attempt number 3, I would like to make a motion to approve the budget of $26,509,482.
okay,
And Ellie, you
I will
still
second that, yes.
okay. We are open for discussion.
Just point of order, who's taking the minutes? Tiffany's not here?
I am.
Okay.
And we're
Just so we
recording.
know, or, so it's also audio, but
And I
Matt,
think
could
we're
you
trying to get-
type that number up so the,
I have.
I have it, it's being transcribed on Google Meet.
okay.
I believe Renee was writing stuff down too.
So I'll just repeat it, just as we have it.
Okay.
I'll repeat it right now. There's a motion to approve the budget at $509,482, which is the superintendent's proposed budget less the adjustments we discussed during the committee meeting. And we have a second, so we are now open for discussion.
So, let me ask a question then. Everything we did Tuesday night is dealt?
No, now we can discuss.
Discussing it all.
We're not saying we're accepting that number, so now we
Okay.
can discuss and make adjustments if we need to.
Okay,
So-
okay, I would like to bring up that the information Dr. Luby gave us Tuesday evening, which comes to a little over $1 million, close to 900,000, $1 million, the items we discussed Tuesday night
At committee.
at committee.
Yep.
Is now made part of the proposed budget for this year.
So we would, first of all, have to amend the updated motion, but let's discuss what we are looking. So we have a proposed budget, which in that 26,509,482 would be a total increase of $2,515,617.
Matthew, can you switch to the Google Sheet? That would be helpful, thank you so much.
So, understanding the impact it has, right? So 2.5. I want everyone to understand that when we're talking in relations, and I understand we're just a part of a budget, but if you look at $1 million is equated to 1 mil or a 3% increase to the budget. So $1 million equates to a 3% increase. $2 million, 6%, and so on and so forth. So in relation to the town understanding that's what we're looking at, right? I think as we discussed the other night, as a board, 2.5 is a big ask to the town of an increase.
It is. It's a large ask.
Right.
I am taking into account the conversation that we were just having about your meeting with the governor's office and the new proposal that just happened this morning. I think we should give ourselves the gift of time before we start making cuts.
Okay.
There are, and I know too, one of the things that we also discussed on Tuesday was how important it was to us to build up the special education program. So we could start bringing some of those out-of-district students back, which would save us on the tuition and the transportation costs by cutting the BCBA, the special ed teacher, the paras, the behavior tech. We're pushing ourselves backwards instead of moving ourselves forward and closer to that. So I think we need to make decisions based off of what is also best for the future. Not to mention, our job here is for the number one priority is the students of our community. Any cuts that we make is going to have an impact on the students. It is also going to have an impact on our educators and our school staff. One of the things that we all said that we were hoping to do was help with teacher retention. I think adding extra supports as opposed to taking them away whenever there is a budget discussion is also really important. The teachers need to feel that they are respected and supported by their board. And one of the ways to do that is to provide them the supports that they need to accurately or to efficiently educate our children.
So, first, I applaud both of you for doing all this, but unfortunately that's not, set in stone. I deal in absolutes and facts, and at the moment, the money's not there. And I'm not only thinking of the kids, but our parents, because I try to say this all the time. We can't take care of our kids if we don't take care of our parents. And if we do raise this, the budget, we're essentially gonna force people out of their homes, out of town, which will then implode everything. So that's.
Can I say something?
Are you done?
Yes,
Okay.
you can have the floor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I would say that everybody is sick of spending money. This is a huge increase to ask the town for. We pay more for everything right now, and it's quite frustrating. But I do think that our superintendent has presented a very thorough and very reasonable budget. I think we've gone over in detail the needs of our students, what is being paid, markers, paper, everything, and that is such a small piece of it. This year, and for regular people too, health insurance costs have skyrocketed. Same in our district, and Gilbert too. So, the inflation that we are all feeling, our town is feeling as well. I think it would be foolish to preemptively reduce our budget right now. We know nothing on this budget is extra. Nothing is superfluous. At this point, we need this stuff. And I think it would be foolish to act now and to cut it preemptively, knowing that maybe, hopefully, please, yeah, it's not set in stone, of course not, but the Board of Selectmen will have plenty of opportunity to look at that again in 6 weeks. And then again, our town manager will have another look at it, where we are just one line. We don't know what the rest of the town is doing. Our job is to represent the children, and I think that's what we need to keep our eye on, and also cross our fingers that we can get in front of the governor and get some help, because it really sounds like that is a statewide problem. It's something that everybody is dealing with right now. So hopefully in their big surplus of money that they have, the state is willing to help out towns and school systems that are struggling.
Could you put page 13 up on the board? The budget book. Okay, it starts off, this is town support, town appropriation 26,550, town support 727, town support for capital repairs. So if you look at the middle paragraph, the number comes out to 27, this is what was originally proposed, 27,547, 356. Then you come to the line, which we're talking about now, ESC funding, education costs shared by the grant to the town. Right now, it was originally $7,823,991. Now, what's being discussed at Hartford is increasing that to $9 million?
Maybe,
And change.
maybe,
Okay.
hopefully.
So now, the page says, net cost to taxpayer is $19 million. That's the $7,800 minus your $27 million, right? Which is the number we are presenting to the selectmen and the town manager?
The very top one, where
The
it
top
says
one.
town appropriation.
So it doesn't matter what happens in Hartford, if we get $2 million more or not, it doesn't come off the line.
It goes to the town.
It goes to the town. It doesn't come off our budget.
Right, and our budget lives within the town budget, so it
But
offsets
I'm just
the
saying, what we
impact.
present to the town manager in the next week or so, and the selectmen, whatever gets discussed in the next 6 weeks in Hartford, that number doesn't change for us. If we want to do the full budget to the
Right,
selectmen.
it just offsets the impact on the taxpayer, it does
So
not
there's,
change our
to me,
budget.
there's no, we either talk about the cuts we talked about Tuesday night, a little over $1 million. We make a motion to that goes to the selectmen, or we make the selectmen the motion to go to the full board, the full number to the selectmen, and by the time it gets to the town manager and the selectmen in a number of weeks, that answer from Hartford would be made, and then they can take that into consideration. But to
then
wait
we've already.
2 more weeks and 3 more weeks, this is pushing this thing on to nowhere.
We have a deadline until Friday, so we can't wait that long. But yes, I don't think we should really take into account the possibility of getting that money. So what we're voting on should be based on the budget we have in front of us, with the hope that that could ease the town's
But that hope is
burden.
the hope to the town, not to us.
Well, ultimately, yeah. So, but I think in that light, like if we present a budget to the town manager, it's not like in 6 weeks we can say, oh, we'd like to add to it.
No, but I would like to say, when this motion is completed, I would like to put a motion on the floor.
Yeah, all
Or
right.
no.
Well, let's keep discussing,
Okay.
right? So, you know, I think we kind of got into the weeds a little bit more on Tuesday night. I think we talked about what ifs,
Right.
possibilities. And I think it's, you know, the public should hear, you know, because we went from 2.5, right?
Right.
To the possibility of getting down to under 2.
Right.
But how did we get there? So I think it's good that we have that discussion. How did we get there? And I think the public needs to know how we got there and
Right.
what that looks like. The one thing I want to offer is, we are understaffed. We have been for years. We have had money thrown at us as Band-Aids to help fund the school system beyond the ECS, beyond what the town gives us. Our kids aren't getting all the needs that they deserve or are required to have. Let's put it that way. And you know, if we had, I think we talk about a wealthy uncle all the time, we could get up to staff again, and get moving in the right direction. As we saw earlier, for what we have to work with, we're doing a pretty darn good job. We have amazing teachers in this district. Our scores, if you compare them to the demographics, and we do a really good job. So I want that to be known to our teachers and to the community that we're doing the best with what we have. Does that mean we don't need more? We do. But I want everyone to understand that 2.5, yes, it's a wish list, but it's a needs wish list. It gets us whole. I am a realist. I understand 2.5 is not gonna work, especially when we got an 8% increase last year to the taxpayer. I'm a realist. So tonight we have to figure out what number we can present to the selectmen that is not ridiculous.
So do we make a vote now on that?
Nope, we are discussing.
I've got questions.
Yep.
I've got some questions,
Yep.
more like clarifying questions for me, because I walked through the budget, and so a couple of questions. The town support for our budget, we're on the assumption that that number will stay the same. I just wanted to be clear.
I wouldn't make that assumption.
Okay.
We're hopeful, when we give this all to Paul, we'll give him a number for town support that includes a capital plan. But last year, he kept our town support same as the prior year, so I don't know what'll happen with that.
So when you say capital plan, I'm gonna call it page 100, the very last page of our budget book, that's the capital plan that you're speaking of?
And it is in the town support, the money for it is in town support.
Okay, the 270s, the 227,
Hold on, please, let me.
fiscal year 26, 27, yeah, the 227.
Town support. Um,
268,183.
It should be the amount to fund the first year.
Okay, yeah.
So 227,613 plus 41,2 at the bottom.
Yep, town support,
Yep.
right, so
So
there's
268.
a modest increase in
Point of
the-
information. I was just going through, when was the roof on Pearson replaced? I thought it was the 90s.
20, 5, 7 years ago.
Because
Sorry,
in
I
the
don't have my
budget
head
book,
in
it says replace 43-year-old Pearson roof. So
There
that
are
number is
parts of it
incorrect.
that are different ages, I don't know, 43-year-old, there are probably sections that are 43 years old.
Okay.
But not all of it, for sure.
Okay.
So of the typical $700,000 for town support, I'm rounding, 227 is included in that expectation.
No, it's on
No,
It's on top of the 700 expectation.
It's a separate budget line.
All right.
Capital is separate.
Sorry, I don't- that's the town support, and
727.
that's the first year of the capital plan,
Okay.
for a
So-
total of 996.
So we're looking at 996 from the town support to help
If-
us out.
If that
Yep.
happened, right.
So, okay, so that's that question. Could we go to capital projects and look to find savings there, cuts there? Just wondering what the appetite is for that. A water heater, a gym heating unit, gym floor, can we postpone that another year? Air conditioning, the bleachers, the windows, the countertops.
So
Usually, may I say something? Usually in those type of physical items, the longer you wait to do them, the more problems they cause and the more expensive they get. So if you want to use this as a slide rule, you push it out the year, the money goes up.
I'm just looking at that, and I recognize that, and that's why we're sitting at the Pearson roof going to referendum, because we've
Right.
been sitting on the
Right.
roof for so long. And just so the public knows, there's mold underneath that roof, there's concerns about asbestos under that roof. I mean, that's the referendum initiative. However, I know the reality of, I'd rather not cut the instructional core of delivering services to our needy kids. I'd rather see if we can postpone something that's physical, and I know the roof is essential. This is separate from the roof, is my point. So I'm just wondering, you know, as we look to, and I know y'all had your workshop on Tuesday about areas, but if it's something that is in the realm of 227,000, that's pretty substantial. It is pushing it down the road. But it means that we keep a BCBA, it means we keep field experiences, it means we keep our supplies for our teachers, the gifted program that was spoken about tonight, the custodian that we need to clean our buildings and keep them clean for the community that's invested the tax dollars. I think that's important. So I think we explore that.
But my understanding, when we discussed the roof last year and this year, the sixth floor classrooms get wet.
Two of them.
That disrupts the school day.
I know
That disrupts the whole
specifically two.
school day.
But that's the referendum, that's separate
Yeah,
from this.
that doesn't include the
But
227.
Oh.
was it determined there was mold? Because I heard there might be mold, but that it wasn't.
There's determined there's moisture.
There's moisture, not mold. Okay. I'm just
Well,
wanna
we
clear-
didn't test for mold, I wouldn't wanna say there isn't, but I
But
couldn't say
it
there
hasn't
is.
been proven there's mold there.
It hasn't even been
There's
asked.
certainly moisture there.
So this 227 or 268 doesn't include the roof, that's a
Does not.
separate, that's a
So the
separate.
only
See
thing
what
we're
I'm saying?
doing,
It's
so the only thing we're doing
227.
is push the water heater out another year.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, because I don't want to lose the instructional core.
And if we're gonna get all that money, then we have
Well,
that
wait,
money
no,
next year.
no, it's only 51,000 if you move the water heater.
Right, but I'm
Yes.
asking, so if we get that increase that you're talking about, the $2 million, does that then carry through every year, or is that a one-time stipend?
We don't know.
You're talking about the roof?
No, we're
No, I'm
talking about the
talking
money
about
from
the
the,
money from the state.
Oh,
2 million
Which
from Harvard, the 2
Then
million
the
from
From
Harvard.
the
so
state,
you
yeah.
said we could possibly get an extra $2 million if all this stuff goes through in the state.
The way the bill that's in committee reads, it would go up $1,000 to the base in fiscal year 27, another $1,000 the following year. I think it's got 6 years worth of $1,000 increases.
And then it would stay at that point. I mean, it
And
would
no,
never do, it's not a
actually-
one-time stipend, is what the question is.
Right, it's
Okay.
$1,000, so actually it would be $2,000 more 2 years from now, 3,003.
So we could be counting this in our budget going forward after this year.
If this passes, it will become part of the story,
Yeah,
yes.
so then we'll have plenty of money to do the capital improvement.
And the bill includes language that says after 6 years of $1,000 increases to the base, then it would be set to go up based on, there were 2 different indicators, but currently the ECS hasn't moved in, I don't know, 10, 15
Yeah,
years.
but if we got that extra money, then we can then look at this next year, the capital improvements.
Well, it'll always go to the town, but it will be part
Yeah,
of
but
the
it'll be part
story.
of it, right.
I mean, I also think, as we discussed the other night, is obviously the insurance impact was huge this year. The expectation next year is we're not, us and Gilbert, and I think the town is not gonna get whacked. I think we're rated correctly now. I think we were underrated for years, and I think we've caught up. So starting with that deficit this year, you know, I don't think we're gonna be looking at that next year, so that should free us up better for next year as well. So, yeah. So I think my hope, my belief is we'll be in better shape next year starting out and putting together a budget than we are this year. So I think this year was just everything coming to a head. The end of funding, grant funding, you know, which masked the deficits we had in the past, and then, you know, the insurance on top of that. So I think we'll be in better shape next year, but that's next year. But yeah, I think, Nora, I think we should discuss that.
Because, just so I'm clear, your town support is 996, I'm rounding, of which includes the 227.
Yep.
So, listen, I appreciate you guys taking this on. I mean, this is not easy, right? I mean, there's a lot of you that just joined on, so it's a lot of in and out with this money, and it's gonna constantly be rotating. You know, nothing's done until the thing gets passed by the voter.
Yes.
Everything constantly
This
moves
is all
until
right.
then. So, I'd like us to look at that. I just had another question on page 92 of our budget. All right, 92. On line number 530, it says communications. You know, I'm just trying to find some savings that, again, do not affect our kids. I'm wondering what that communications is about at $42,000, which is the proposal for,
That's phones.
That was the phones,
Oh.
cell phones and everything, so
Do we-
communicate between,
do we lease them, loan them, do we have them, own them?
We just switched carriers to save money over the
Ah,
summer.
all right.
Not, maybe carriers isn't the right word, but
Mm.
we just got all, our phones, I'm not gonna remember the
We went
details,
from an
but.
on-prem setup, which is very archaic, to a cloud-based system. So that allows people to get their voicemails through their email. It's a much more modernized method.
And we haven't had that prior.
Again,
No voicemail.
apparently this was set up right before I started.
Right.
And we didn't
right.
do it to get more services, we did it because what we had, we were at a required upgrade point that was gonna cost us a ton of money. So switching to the cloud-based actually saved us money and
Okay.
updated us.
Okay, thank you for that.
So this is the phones in the building, the fax machines, and for the small number of people that carry cell phones.
Okay. I had another question on page 57 and 58 of our budget. In-district special ed transportation for fuel for the vans, and then there's fuel for buses on page 58. That's above and beyond our contract with the bus company?
No, it's, so we've always had a deal with the bus company that we would provide X amount of gallons of fuel, and if they used anything beyond that, they had to pay us, because we do our fuel with the town, so we get a better price for it.
Okay, so that's creating a line item for it, to itemize it.
And every year I switch that number down.
Okay.
We let them have, so.
Okay. Page 71, supplies. Listen, I know supplies are very important for teachers inside the individual classrooms, and it does have effect on things, for sure. Is there any way we can look at that 57,000 any savings yield there?
So, we are
Parents
Winchester.
wanna pay for it.
Yeah.
We're scrappy. If we need to make a cut, I mean, this is the same number that's in the current year's budget. There's no increase for increased costs to things. I do have worksheets behind this that show what's being spent on all the
Unless you
ballistics
get
and
the
the
parents to pay for it, that would be nice.
Or let them go on
That's not
Facebook,
legal,
let them go on
actually.
Facebook like they all do and ask for stuff for their school.
So if we needed to, I mean, can you wipe that out? No, clearly not. Part of what's in this money is things like the math workbooks
Right.
and
Okay,
the
consumables.
workbooks that go with,
Okay,
and those are within the grade levels. I could probably
okay,
find and give you a sense of that if you wanted, but
all right,
each grade level, the bulk of the money is the replacement workbooks. The
gotcha.
smaller part of it is copy paper to make,
Mm.
you know, make materials and glue sticks and Sharpies and, or whiteboard markers, I mean, not Sharpies.
Okay,
But to the good, if you modestly cut that, we will figure it out, and we do.
sorry for my ignorance, but what's the difference between that supply page 71 and 77 then? These are inside the classroom directly, so teachers don't have to pay out of pocket?
Again, 71 is primarily the workbooks
Yeah.
for math and reading,
All right.
as well as like the science consumables, things like the straws and rubber bands
Oh, for
and
science,
the stuff to
STEAM.
do a sink and float activity. Page 77 is the supplies that run the school, so you've got
Gotcha,
the
the
walkie-talkie
buildings,
batteries
administrative
is a biggie.
Instruction,
um,
gotcha. Yep.
Things like cumulative
Yep.
folders
Yep,
for the incoming
that's
kindergartners.
the title, okay. Okay. Between it and 71 and 77, pages 71 and 77, we're talking neighborhood of 65,000. I'm just looking at possibilities, 65K. And, I think I'm done. You could talk about what y'all talked about on Tuesday.
Okay. Do we want to talk about, does anyone want to talk about the scenarios that were brought out on Tuesday? And we're,
Like,
Committee meeting.
yeah,
Yeah.
at the committee meeting. As far as trying to reduce, what were the options?
who took notes for that?
Well, I can tell you, if we go to,
I mean, I just wrote, you know, what the numbers were, I didn't put the items down.
yep, no, I can,
You're playing with a lot of numbers, too.
I can tell you a little bit about what the numbers are, once we get there. So if you go to page 20,
Right,
the status quo budget comparison.
right.
So, we have on there the BCBA, which Gio talked a lot about the importance of that, and the importance of the second one. We have a special ed teacher,
Right.
2 special ed para-educators, behavior tech, lunch monitors, custodians, and then the stipend for the gifted and talented. Speaking to the stipend for the gifted and talented, originally when we started this process, we were looking to hire a gifted and talented teacher, which would cost about 70 grand. Julie and I discussed that there are capable people within the building that could fulfill that position at each grade level, so offering a stipend to those teachers that are willing to fulfill that would be a huge savings to the district, and it would provide a service to the kids that tend not to get the needed instruction because they do enough to get by, but if they need more rigor or anything like that, the instructional teacher doesn't have the time or energy to put towards those kids because they are dealing with, the special ed kids, with the lack of support they receive in the classroom for that. So the gifted and talented kids are important, and we're trying to provide that service for them, and we're looking, that's one thing that I think we all agree that doesn't go. It's a $6,000 expense. Everything else on there was talked about
Okay. And I think we came out,
as being gone.
right, so that came out to around 298,000, my notes show.
Well, no, you have the, so,
We mixed, I mean, I can,
so there were a couple other cuts beyond that we discussed.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the first one on my list that I had, was page 20, cut down 200, taking 298,000 out of that list.
I think it was gonna be more.
so,
And then
we
what-
did it in a funny order.
Yeah.
The 298 number, your memory is correct, that came from some different things. By
Okay.
the end, we got to that list, but at the meeting on Tuesday night, we talked about one regular ed classroom teacher, the field trip money,
Right.
2 paraeducators, the lunch monitors, the part-time custodian, and 1 special ed teacher was
Right.
298. Then we said, well, that's not enough, so you put in the BCBA and the BT, got you to 463.
Right.
Then you put in the SSOs and the pre-K teacher, which got you to 641.
Right.
And then there is 41, I think it's not yet in there, the 41 that we've already,
Right.
the little bits. So you were at about 682 total. Yeah.
Yeah, so where that, if, in discussing all that, and obviously, when we're talking about cuts, that's a true cut.
Right.
Anytime you're talking about cutting classroom teachers, that's a true cut to the academic.
It's academic core.
So, so with that discussion and with that, we would be looking,
Matthew, can you go back to the spreadsheet, please?
we would be looking at an increase from the 2.515617, making all those adjustments, we'd be down to 1874617.
And the things that are gone is the list I just read.
Correct. What, the biggest one for me is losing that second BCBA. So factor 122,000. That's a big loss for me, seeing Gio's workload in comparison to what his workload should be. I also feel like, you know, he's stretched thin between 3 buildings. Having a second one could provide the correct support to all 3 of the buildings, not just Hinsdale or Pearson, but also to Gilbert. So
Just to show you the impact
I have a hard time with that one.
with the
I agree.
list, but with the BCBA back in, I don't know if it's too tiny to see for everyone, but the increase is down at 8.32, total is a little shy of 2 million.
A little shy of 2 million.
Well, can we re-explore Nora's idea of pushing off the capital?
Yeah.
And then hopefully we can bring back some of the others, the other
Yeah,
cuts?
I mean, our job is not, we gotta give her a number and then she figures it out.
Yeah.
So our job is not to say what we cut.
Well, we
I mean,
advise,
there's
sure, our
a guide.
values, our
There's a guide.
goals.
Right,
Well, let's go to the budget
Let me
list.
just point out that Nora's idea, and it's a perfectly fine one, won't move the needle on the appropriated budget because it's, you know, that first
Right, that
page that shows the appropriated budget and then there's the town support and then the total, like, the appropriated number won't move by canceling the capital line. Doesn't mean you can't do it and consider that an offset because it is still part of the total package, but if you're very focused specifically on this number, it doesn't move it.
Right. The other thing that was brought up, obviously, at our last meeting was the potential to move 7th grade back into the Winchester Public Schools. Julie can speak to this, and she did say it. She did say that none of these options are great options. The numbers that are equated to that, we can't guarantee that that's a savings. And in fact, when we finally reached out to Gilbert to ask for them to put the numbers together. It's not as easy as you would think to come up with it. There's a lot of moving factors that go into that calculation. I spoke with head of schools, Susie, today. He doesn't have the numbers for us now, and he could have it by Tuesday, but he could not, so we don't know. I don't know if that is a viable option or anything that we need to look into, because the numbers that were thrown out to us the other night, we don't know if that's an accurate assessment. It led us to, the numbers that were given to us led us to want to discuss it further, but we don't know how accurate those numbers are until we get the numbers from Gilbert and go from there. We know what, we can figure out on our side what it could cost to bring back everything, but we don't know what it's going to do to Gilbert's budget line. So we can't really take that into consideration, and I don't know if we'll have that in time to make a final decision on voting on this budget. I did want to say that we're not dismissing it as a board. We just don't have all the information to make a decision on it at this point. I think moving forward, we have to be very careful on how we present things, we just have to be careful on that, and so we don't lead us down a road that could be a dead end. So.
Well, these are unprecedented times. We're talking about a potential budget increase of $2.5 million, which is, in my tenure on the board, has been completely unprecedented in the needs of where we're at. So like I said, I appreciate the 6 of you that are brand new to this board having to deal with something that, by and large, we knew was coming. And we knew the ACS was flat. I think it would be prudent, I mean, the potential plans Julie presented to us are all potential. Nothing's in, that's our job to decide. Julie's job is to present us possible options.
Could I ask a question?
And these are abouts.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I mean, being, like you said, new, and you're the experienced one. How did we get there the last 8 years that way? Why was it
ECS has
so
been flat?
No, why the whole budget was flat for a number of years? How did you manage that? To keep it flat?
Like grants, Commissioners Network, Alliance monies, which thank God is still there. We pulled money out of our savings account, our emergency fund, and we drilled it down to $1,800. We had come up with miracles at some point to be able to meet the needs of keeping the budget flat. And we had those grants that have just simply, it's a perfect storm. They've disappeared.
Well, the only grants I understand that disappeared was the COVID.
Commissioners Network slowly disappeared as well. Over time, they let us off, slowly reducing it.
That was about $1.5 million that dwindled off and disappeared just as COVID hit and the COVID money started. So that was a $1.5 million disappearance.
But then all of a sudden, COVID
then
came in,
COVID
so
came.
everybody looked at it as the same
Band-Aid
money.
after Band-Aid.
Same
Right.
money,
It
same
just
money,
masked.
let's not discuss it, let's just.
Right. And the COVID money was very helpful. Some of it was
Right.
spent on one-time things like opening a second school, which obviously is money gone. But part of it was there to deal with the mental health issues that came out of COVID.
Right.
The problem is the money for those issues is gone,
And
but
the
the
mental
problems
issues
are
are here,
still
yes,
there,
I understand that,
exactly.
yes.
I mean, we did cut an administrator at some
No,
point.
I'm just
You
asking,
know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
because I've dealt
That-
with budgets all my career, and, you
Yeah.
know, when you say flat budget for 8 years.
We had a superintendent act as an assistant principal.
Okay.
And so that was painful. So,
Maybe it would be helpful to look at, we have that staff.
but that's why we've built up, and we've got talented people, and they've worked their butts off all these years. Our return on investment, which we hear in the public, has been above the state average or better pre-K through 6. And the science has been phenomenal. This district was awarded a math award for its growth from the state of Connecticut when we came out of receivership, because our scores shot through the roof, because our teachers worked so hard, pre-K through 6. So the momentum is there. That's why I think we should be looking at the 220, what have you, the physical plant. And you know, a lot of the new positions that we're talking about, if I got you right, Frank, we're talking about 1 regular ed teacher, field trips, 2 paras, lunch monitor, custodian, special ed teacher, BCBA, which we don't want to cut, SSOs, was that part of it? Did I hear that right?
Yep.
SSOs was a direct response to the needs last fall when people were afraid that kids weren't safe at school. And if kids aren't safe, they're not learning. We found kids were happy, but SSOs really have a connection that they've made with these kids. They want to be at school. And that's the biggest concern we have as a community, is getting our kids to school. You can't teach an empty chair. I've got colleagues that say that all the time. And one of the goals in the state and the nation is to get our kids back at school. SSOs have been playing a critical role in that area. However, I would say that the 2 new paras is a new. The lunch monitor is a new. The custodian is a new. The 1 special ed teacher is a new. BCBA. I don't know. I mean, the totals you're talking about is, but I'd rather offset that with the physical plan.
Also responsive, just to Frank's question, that Frank, we pulled up for you the enrollment and staffing trends. If you go back to the 2021 school year, which is sort of the beginning of COVID, you can see we were about 60 kids less than we are now, or 50 is that, sorry. No, 60, right? 540 to 600 roughly. This number of certified staff, even though there's that many more kids, has only moved 3.8 people. And the support staff is actually as low as it was before then. So we've gone up a lot of kids and a lot of mental health concerns and not a lot of adults.
Let me ask you another question. This isn't money, but since you said you went to Harvard, you went to the Capitol and you spoke to the people there. You mentioned the other day that book you showed me when we left the meeting. This is what I have to deal with, the unfunded mandates.
Oh, the pile of unfunded mandates, yeah.
How do we get rid of them? I'm serious. I'm really serious. I mean, this is if you want to run the school as a business, we got to make a profit.
Actually, one of the things I said to the commissioner is, can we stop having legislators stick their nose into our classrooms?
Exactly.
Unfortunately, that's not going to stop.
I can see, you talk about getting 77% back on capital, you get this money back on grants, but when they give you a mandate that you can't afford, which we can't, when do we say enough is enough and leave us alone and let us do our business, like you said, let us be the educators for the kids, but get all these other things out of our way?
Well, they've been doing it for...
I know, I understand that.
Frank, sometimes the responses the states have, which is unfunded, unfortunate, are responses to lawsuits and various inequities in systems, and or legislators ensuring kids have a certain type of curriculum delivered that reflect the values of the community.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I think you should run for office.
Let me say something. We're dealing with our staff, and this is well-educated people. We're not the factory down there making shoes that, the guy doesn't know what he's doing. So why can't they let us run the schools? This is the one operation where you have well-educated people running the system. Well, why do I need some politician telling us what to do and how to spend our money, which he doesn't give? It's not that they're giving us something, they're telling us how we have to spend it, when we have to spend it, even though we don't have it.
So, that's called private education.
Well, it's a business. We should figure out a way to make money with this business.
We're not a business.
It is a business.
We're public servants.
You can make it a public business, believe me.
We could tell them to stay out of it, and then that $8 million is gone with it.
But look, I bet you when you add up all those other pages, the $8 million is nothing compared to what they're asking you to spend.
You might be right.
Okay, I have questions on some of them. So on page 54, the McKinney-Vento transportation, I understand what that's for, but how long does that go on? Because if a person, as I understand it, if they leave town and they're in a homeless shelter in Waterbury, we have to go pick them up and bring them back and forth to school, and that's a cost of $42,000 a year. So how long are we obligated to do that?
Is it until they gain residence somewhere else?
That or the end of the school year, right? I think.
No, it doesn't
No.
at the end of the school year. You want to speak to it? Kathy is our McKinney-Vento liaison.
Yeah, if you want to.
Turn that baby on, please.
When a student is deemed homeless under the McKinney-Vento federal law, that protection exists for a full school year,
School year, okay.
regardless of when they obtain permanent residence.
Okay, so it's a school year.
At the beginning of the summer, beginning of July, we have to go through and reaffirm any student in our district who has held that protection the previous year and make a determination about whether or not they continue to receive those protections.
So what would that determination entail?
They have to prove residency to us, or they have to show us that they've lost their home due to economic hardship, a domestic violence situation. There's a list of criteria that I can forward to Julie and she can
Right.
get to you. However, that cost of transportation is split between the two districts
50-50,
in which the student is being homed in and homed from.
But it only, in reality, is for a year. Unless they're still homeless.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So there's an audit, July 1.
So is that a realistic number, 42,000?
Mm-hmm.
Based on what we have now?
It should
It
be,
should be more.
we've under budgeted
So
for 2
we
years.
have a whole bunch of out-of-district kids?
Well,
we got
they're not
homeless.
considered out-of-district students, the way that students with special needs are considered out-of-district.
Right, so forget this,
But, for example, forgive me, it could have been last week, but with all of the weather stuff, my days are sort of melding.
Oh, I get it.
We were just made aware by Waterbury that we have new students that we have to pay 50% for to bus back to Waterbury because they're being sheltered here in Winchester.
So that number could increase, is what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay,
It has.
all right.
So far this year, we spent $17,000 back at the end of November. So
We've had a little
there's no way
break
we
in
But we
spent
can
less
bus them
than
together
42.
if they're all kind of in the area, correct?
Depending on where they're going to, yes. And, you know, the difference comes when you have a sibling set, one of whom's in high school, and the other 2 or 3 are in elementary school, and the times of school differ by an hour, and they're going to Waterbury. You have to have 2 different vehicles to transport them.
Okay, okay. And then I had another one on the snow plowing, so that would be,
Oh, we should announce that, Joe.
Well, she is.
well, I want to ask this question though. Is this because we didn't have a truck?
No, so we always pay to have the parking lots plowed. It was the sanding that we
Okay,
were unable to do. So it
would
was
that,
like,
but would that decrease this? That's what I'm asking.
did you build into the cost? Probably not, because we have a, like, running 3-year contract, so we probably just put the
But later
sand-
on, we could do that?
Do we have a sander? We just didn't have a truck to put the sander on.
We had the holes,
Back
the
end was
sand was
done.
falling out the
So
truck.
we have a
because-
sander to attach to a new truck.
Which we're getting. My company donated a 2020 F-250 with a snowplow for free, donated to the school system.
I was hoping we'd get to that.
Yeah,
Thank
so,
you.
but so that wouldn't even be able to be negotiated until.
And it's not in our contract to do that extra
So we
bit,
don't
we
need to
just
do that.
kind of
So
threw
you're
that
just not
on this
sanding.
year. I don't think it'll
You're
save
physically
anything.
sanding, okay.
Yeah.
Still works, right? Still works
So,
for us.
so page 90 might be your question, I think, to offset it. There's a various, whatever it takes to keep a 15-year-old 2012 pickup truck running.
Yeah, so that could be gone.
We're gonna donate that, we're gonna donate that to the town.
It's a gift that keeps on giving.
We're gonna donate that to the town,
$3,000.
because I understand they solely need a pickup truck, so we should donate that to the town of Winston.
I was gonna say, you probably want to service it so we keep it running, but.
Yeah, well, it's all gonna be, they're making sure everything's before it gets here, so.
We could certainly cut that
Yep.
3,000, we'd probably put 1,000 back the following year.
Yeah,
to
for
at
like
least
oil
keep up
change.
with the
Yeah.
maintenance and, but by all means.
Anyone else?
I just want to second Nora's comment from a while ago, just about the importance of the SSOs. I think how you feel about the BCBA's, which I agree with the additional BCBA as well. I feel like the SSOs were added directly because of parent input, and it does also, Nora said, it just improves the environment of the schools and keeps students coming.
Listen, I've heard many good things about our SSO in Hinsdale and how he interacts with the students and all that. And I don't disagree, they're important, and I know it would be a very unpopular cut. But I think we have to throw everything on the table just to see, you know.
The SSOs are something we could use as a potential cut to hopefully get support, like use that as, this is what could happen. This is the
Yeah, I
next
think
thing
that's why
on
we're,
the-
I think what we're doing right now is to show these
potential.
are potentially on the table, and this is the impact, so.
The research needs to continue on these things too, because we don't know how the town Board of Selectmen will respond to us. Really don't.
No, I have no idea. So, speaking of that, does anyone have any other questions concerning what's in the budget right now? Any other recommendations, suggestions?
The only recommendation I had, I brought it up a couple of weeks ago, using the town recreation department like we used during the summer at the beaches, that they could get the interns, college interns, to work with the children when they need it, like a cool-off area or something.
You mean replace BTs with
College
student interns?
interns.
Untrained college interns.
Well, I don't know if Kathy wants to speak to what a BT actually does.
Behavior technicians in Pearson and Hinsdale at this time respond largely to day-to-day crises. They also have a schedule of students that they accompany to the reset room so that they can get sensory experiences to manage dysregulation and become self-regulated and be able to return to class. And that's part of a sensory diet that exists for certain students. Right now, we have 2 behavior techs at Pearson and 1 at Hinsdale. I haven't checked with that person's steps on a daily basis recently, but I know she is outdoing me by 4 or 5 times a day.
No,
And she is constantly moving. They also, all 3 of them respond to Tier 2 and Tier 3 assistance calls to classrooms. And 2 of our behavior technicians are trainers for safety care, which is our crisis management de-escalation training that we provide to staff, so that should a student need to be de-escalated either verbally or physically, they have the proper training to do so.
Thank you.
So, I guess asking interns from, I guess, the rec
Well,
department.
the rec would run it. They would run
Rec
it.
would run it.
Like they, right now, what they do for the summer program, they have college interns working with the kids during the summer.
Sure.
Now I'm saying is if they can work with them during the school year at the school, so does that help us financially or in any way?
So
That's all
in
I'm asking.
addition, as extra hands would be phenomenal. The reality is the work they're doing as a summer camp counselor is the feel-good, well-behaved, we're gonna go swimming, we're gonna play Foursquare. It wouldn't replace BTs
Okay.
who are trained up to manage the big
Just asking.
behaviors.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
asking.
no,
Absolutely.
I love that you're always looking at things like that. I think if there are people available to come in and be more hands, we certainly can put them to good use, but I don't know that there's a position it would replace.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I've got questions. Just going back to the paras, and the new special ed teacher at 70,000, the paras each at 32,000, okay? Can you run us through again, if these were cut, are we out of compliance with IEPs? How would that hit us? Would our case managers double their case management numbers?
Those positions were requested because of the current needs that we are experiencing at our youngest learner grades, pre-K through kindergarten. Also in anticipation of looking at birth to 3 referrals to the district for incoming 3-year-olds, the level of significance of students coming in. I actually originally had requested more than 2 para-educators based on those numbers, but knew that that would probably not work financially. When we need a para-educator or a special education teacher to meet the needs of specific students, and we are not able to provide that the way that an IEP is written, we are in fact out of federal compliance. And that means that a family can take us to due process, they could take us to mediation, at which point, if I'm not able to negotiate a settlement with the family through the use of attorneys and the State Department of Education, a hearing officer, much like a judge, can determine what the outcome of that dispute is going to be. We do have an appeal process through that, which ratchets up through circuit courts and yada, yada, yada.
Lawyers'
We don't want to
fees.
do that. I'd rather use money for kids than lawyers. I do everything I can to make sure that we're meeting the needs of students so that we're not in those positions, and I have the goal of retiring without ever going to a due process hearing, and so far, I'm on track with that. I will say, and I shared this with both Kurt and Julie the other night, in my past, when we've had the kinds of cuts that we're talking about now, special education costs and numbers of students identified have increased. Because if I can't meet the needs here, I have to look outside the district, which is something I do not enjoy doing. I don't like that.
For contracted services?
Or placements.
Yeah, out of district placements.
I work, as Julie has shared about testifying, on behalf of the district, I work very diligently through my professional organization with the legislation that's being provided as for consideration and passage. And I advocate pretty diligently, and have for over 20 years, to improve what we offer to students and the cost of it. But since COVID, we have a very, very serious staffing shortage in this country for educational professionals and special education specifically. We started the year with over 300 vacant special education teaching positions and over 1,000 empty paraeducator positions. I would love to create an autism program here in this district. And I have a meeting tomorrow with the company that Geo actually used to work with to kind of get their info. What would it cost? What would it take to do that here in this district? There's still a cost associated with that.
But if you brought people in other
It's a
words, if you
potential
started
savings.
that and you brought other students in, do we make money off? Does it make a negative impact on the budget?
So
Other school districts
I'm gonna
pay us?
give you a reverse example.
Okay.
I have placed students in other town programs that have done this. You would think the cost would be less because it's housed within a public school. It's usually more. Because the company has to, they're private, they're not bound by our contracts. They have to find the people to come in and work with the students. In a private autism placement, you have a BCBA per classroom of maybe 3 or 4 students versus 1 for an entire district. You don't necessarily have paraeducators working with students 1-to-1 or 2-to-1. You have registered behavior technicians that make a lot more money than a paraeducator makes or a BT makes, because they've had 40 hours of credentialed training and they are credentialed by the same authority that a behavior analyst is credentialed by, and has to perform under the same types of ethics boards that the behavior analyst has to abide by. All of that takes money. The agency that, one of the two agencies that we were getting a behavior analyst from in the past, I've approached him twice. Said, hey, you're doing this in other towns, why can't we do that here in Winchester? The simple answer is, I can't find anybody willing to drive to Winchester, and I can't find behavior analysts that live in the area to hire. He's tried.
Right.
He has actively recruited people to try and do this. And he has one. And that person was working in our district 2.5 days. It was costing us $120 an hour. So respectfully, I say to you that making all of these cuts, I certainly understand it. 2.5 is a very big number. I'm a taxpayer in a town too, one of the ones that Julie had up there that didn't perform so well. Special education is a big part of that. It's required by federal law. In addition to requiring it, we do get a grant, about $347,000, Nancy? We get two grants, one of which is $347,000. The other one I think is between $10,000 and $14,000, and that's specific to 3 to 5 year olds. In order to qualify for those grants every year, we have to do what's called maintaining effort. We have to spend equal to or greater than the last 2 years that we spent specifically on special education. And if we don't, we have to justify why there's a decrease. So if a teacher who's a veteran teacher retires and they're at the highest level of the pay scale, retires, and we replace that person with a first or second year teacher,
You're penalized.
no problem. No, you're not penalized in that regard. That's acceptable.
You can prove that.
If a student who costs $300,000 moves and isn't replaced by another one who costs the same, that's allowable and acceptable. But if a town says, we're gonna cut your department budget by X thousands of dollars, that is not an allowable exception or adjustment. And there are financial penalties for that. You could lose the opportunity to gain those 2 grants in the next year, as well as having to pay monies back out of a local appropriation based on the federal formula for how much you were deficient in your maintenance of effort.
Speaking to the shortage area right now, we have 2 open positions.
We have 2 full-time open positions and we have 2 maternity leaves, all of which.
How many applications do we have for those positions?
1.
Right.
And all of those positions right now are being covered by our current case managers. So our caseloads have increased, the demands on their time have increased. We're short paraeducators, so we're constantly playing chess and checkers with people to make sure that needs are being covered.
And then beyond that impact, now you have kids that should be receiving at times pull-out service, and we don't have the bodies to do that, so they're in the classroom, and which could cause a disruption to the classroom learning environment.
It's a domino effect,
It's a
for
domino
sure.
effect. So we're not talking about getting more regular ed teachers or more, we're talking about support staff. Special ed and support staff for special ed is where we're deficient as a district. And we have been for a long time. So that's the struggle we have in this district. And we have many kids that have these needs, more so than other districts. And, you know,
we were compared to like the Region 7 schools and
Different communities.
different product. Different product. So, thank you. So, we currently have a motion on the table.
Field trips, page 69 is 16,000, and then what's the other page? 6,000, is it?
Right, field trips is 22,000.
22 total, 22,000. Okay. Got you, 22,000.
That one was what was on the table.
Yeah, right.
What I'm tracking for you all is as you indicate things, and I'm hoping I'm picking up what you're putting down, but I took all of the things in that list except for the BCBA and totaled those here, the 519 number. So when we sat down, the motion was the 26,509 number. If we removed one classroom teacher, field trip money, 2 paraeducators, the lunch monitors, the part-time custodian, the special ed teacher, a section of, or a pre-K teacher, both SSOs and the BT that's in the budget, the additional one, that would remove 519,000 from the budget. The total increase would be that 1996617 number, the increase would be that 8% number. And then down below, what you can see is, this is what's left of an increase, and below it is the percent from the previous year. And in our case, we had 377 new spending of that original 906 number. 529 was the status quo increase. So at an increase of 56, we're actually 173 less than, going backwards from status quo. That's well said.
Two things.
So then I can adjust this into
Sure.
pieces or whatever. is
Could
helpful.
you share that with us? Not, view only, if you would, if that's possible. The other thing is, can we itemize the T, the FTs, the paras, and the lunch? Because I want to back out some of that. And I want to have a conversation about backing out some of that. And then I want to push in the 227 capital. I want to see how that plays. You know what I'm saying? Like if we were to cut it, the
So it won't-
227,
It's not,
it's part of the town support.
so it won't
So-
have any bearing on this sheet. It would,
I'm not allowed to do that, in other words. I mean, we don't know town support numbers anyway. Right. Oy vey.
So while a great idea,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't have an impact on our decision. Just as that 600 to 800 potential really doesn't have an impact at this point.
Julie, the teacher proposal, that's grade what?
TBD.
TBG, okay, TBG. That's laying off staff?
This is a cut,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about cuts last year, this is a cut.
Here's the other conundrum, just for the paras and the request for the special ed teacher. This district was in a position during receivership to settle with families because of the inabilities to be in compliance. And so that was something the receiver had to settle. Oodles of money. Oodles. Great.
Keep talking.
Pre-K,
Catch up with you in a
that's also a cut,
One
Yep.
section, yeah.
a staff member,
We have 3 teachers, 4
Mhm.
sections, because
Mhm.
it's 2 full day, 2 half day.
right?
To meet the demand for the number of special ed students, we would probably have to run 1 full day and 2 half days, rather than just 2 full days. But the half day is much less popular, so
Yeah.
it's a complicated conversation.
Yeah.
1 teacher, 2 paras.
don't think anyone feels good about this.
No, it's catastrophic.
Yes.
Is what I'm gonna use as a vocabulary word, because I've never seen this in my 11 years of doing this.
Well, I think also noted, as Kathy had brought up, is we have not had a plan in place for years to address this, potential fall off the cliff moment that we're in.
Now, what was that? If you knew this was coming.
I wasn't there, don't know. I don't, and I'm not, it's not the point I'm trying to make here.
I mean, it kind of is, because it's
But-
mismanagement at its
Okay.
gross
It's not
So-
mismanagement.
So moving forward though, this board, as we get through the budget season, is we have to have plans in place. So we're not at this dire expense every year after year, asking the taxpayers. So we, after we get through this, have to come together as a board to say, all right, what are some things we can do? Creating a program to keep kids in districts and possibly move out of district kids back into district. That's a plan. That's something that we're researching, we're looking at. And if it goes well, we can expand beyond that and all that. So that's a plan. Whether it's been discussed in the past or not, it's something that we will discuss, right? We have to find other alternatives so we're not here year after year. So as a board, our job moving forward is to think about the future and the impact and what we can do to lessen the burden on the taxpayer, as well as providing the best education to our students. It's not gonna help us this year,
No. It's gotta be a long.
but within our 4
4-year
years,
plan, yeah.
within our 4 years, we have to come up with a
And maybe
darn
one of the
good
things we
plan.
should put on the list is those non-funded requirements. That, talk to whatever we have to do to start eliminating some of those things. Those mandates that cost us money, that don't get reimbursed. No, we gotta act like a business. I know.
So, I will tell you, in the busyness of the Capitol that day, the state knows.
I know the
We're
state.
we're not the only
I
ones telling them
understand
that.
I understand that.
and
But
this-
even though we're a civil corporation, which is what we are, it's a corporation. Corporation has to take money in, invest money, and make a profit.
We're not a corporation, Frank.
We are.
Well-
You have to think that way. I know you have to think that way.
It's the
We have to
taxpayer
provide
dollars.
a better service next year than the year before. And that means we make a profit.
I
If
have
we're
to agree
giving a
with
better
Frank.
service, we're making a profit. Now, to do that, sometimes you have to get an income in. And that's either money or less expense. So if we can't bring money in, then let's look at what's costing us that we could eliminate expenses. And if it's a grant, not a grant, but a requirement that doesn't service us, let me put it this way, we can't afford, and it's a mandate, let's talk to the people about changing that mandate and eliminate it.
I'm not sure there's a lot in our budget that we wouldn't do. Anyway, we don't,
But we have the choice. Right now, we don't have the choice. What I'm saying is,
I'm just trying to think of
I'm
which,
just saying.
the state makes a lot of requirements and things, but we have everything we have is classroom teachers and the special education supports. I guess if the special education mandates went away, but would we really still not meet the needs of kids?
Right. Still
I don't
need
know.
to deliver services.
There's, I'm thinking as you're saying that, I'm like, what in this book would I stop doing if the state just mysteriously vanished? And I'm not sure that we're,
Well, so I just think moving forward, we gotta think of things that are controllable for a board and think of ideas that will allow us to ease the burden moving forward. So, I think that's, moving forward is the most important thing. It's not gonna help us tonight.
No.
It's not gonna help us on this budget. But I want the community to know that we will be forward thinking. And hopefully we can get this district in a position better than it is today before we leave it.
Right.
So, that's our goal moving forward. But as of tonight,
Tonight is the night.
tonight is the budget. Does anyone feel comfortable tonight voting on the original motion that was set forward? So I will read that again. The motion to approve the budget at $26,509,482, which is the superintendent's proposed budget less the adjustments we discussed during committee. Less the adjustments that the 41,000 that she
that
had.
thing.
Yeah.
Not the other
Well,
one.
no, the 26,509 includes the 41,000 that we discussed.
No, but not the other money.
No,
Right.
no.
Okay.
So that's the motion on the table.
So that's the motion on the table. That's what started the discussion. Whoa, that's not.
Or
Yes.
you could ask.
All right, so we will put this
Is Shane
motion.
still there?
Motion, or Shane, you there?
Shane's-
Is he muted?
You there?
Did you slice one into the woods?
No. I think his phone died.
No, I'm
disconnect. Oh, okay. Hey.
All right.
Hello.
He probably had us muted.
I did not.
I've been listening. So you're asking if I would vote on this tonight? Is that what?
So we have a motion to approve the budget at $26,509,482.
Yeah.
So there's a motion and a second. I think we should bring this.
Who made the second?
Eleanor.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
We needed the second in order to
Yeah,
enter
right,
discussion.
right, okay.
I think we should bring this motion to a vote, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Okay, so this has to be a voice vote.
Okay.
So just so that I'm clear, no one's willing to cut anything,
Well, no, not today.
except that 41,000.
No, that's
The motion on the table is
The motion on the table.
26,
We can bring
509,
another motion up
482.
You
after
could
the
make a
vote.
motion to amend
Got
that
you,
motion.
got you.
and blah, blah,
Okay.
blah, But it's easier to just
Yeah,
either
and then,
withdraw
I mean,
it and
if
make
we
a new motion or vote it.
Right,
Right.
Or you could draw.
Or-
So,
or you can continue talking about cuts and pass it.
but we'd still have to withdraw the original motion.
If you come
If we-
to something you're all prepared to vote on.
Right.
You
And then
can
keep
make a
it-
modify, but, okay,
Yes.
you can modify the motion after you discuss further cuts. Are we willing to talk further cuts?
Let's take the vote on this and then see where it goes, if it's necessary. Yes, I think so, but now a motion's on the table, it's been seconded, we have to vote on it.
Kurt, call the vote.
Or you withdraw the motion.
Could.
You want to keep the motion as is? Or would you
Well,
like
that's
to
what we're-
withdraw and propose?
No, that's what the original proposal was,
Yep.
so we should just call the vote on that and then move
then
forward.
discuss.
You can amend a
Start
motion.
making amendments,
You
right.
can amend a motion, and we can discuss,
You vote on the amendment.
we can discuss voting at another number. And then make a final vote on that, or we can vote on the current motion. And if it succeeds, it succeeds, if it fails, and then we move on to.
So the current motion would be the 25,990,482.
The motion to approve the budget at $26,509,482, which is the superintendent's proposed budget less the adjustments we discussed during committee.
Unless you're willing to take further cuts, in which case this is an exercise that
That's
just
up to
Right.
moves
So
the
we-
conversation,
so-
so it makes no difference.
Right.
It's up to you.
I have a feeling we should make an amendment, and if somebody wants to.
I think we need to roll up our sleeves and be here till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I would, if we take this
Yeah,
motion
just
off the
fails,
table,
doesn't mean it's
I
over.
would-
Right.
Just need someone else make
is
the
this
motion.
motion on the
Sure.
table or not?
It's been on the table this whole, I had
The
to
whole
put
time.
the
We need
table
to
to
discuss
start this
you want
conversation.
to vote? I mean, you're not gonna pull.
Hold on. We can vote on the proposed budget as is, or we can talk about amending
Right,
the
okay.
number.
I think we need to continue the conversations. about? Do I need to make another motion, or can
No,
I just
I
continue?
would like to
You
make a
could
motion.
withdraw
it.
that motion and
withdraw
make
it.
a new motion,
And I'll
or
make
you
a
could
new
vote
motion.
on it, it fails, and someone else could make a motion.
That's what I mean.
You just need a
Somebody- it's
motion on
up
the
to you.
floor to
You have the
continue
floor
the
right now.
discussion.
Point of order, though. The motion that we would, if say this fails, the motion would be the same motion, wouldn't it?
No.
No.
But we
would be-
can't engage in conversation unless there's a new motion in which no one knows what that would be, the new monetary amount, because no one's offered a cut.
No, we did. We
Well,
discussed
somebody
it.
would
We
make a
discussed
motion
it.
to
We
propose,
discussed
to
it
approve the
Tuesday night.
budget at such and
Those
such a number.
numbers, close to $1 million.
Okay,
I'd like to
so
make a
someone's
motion
gonna
to
make
amend
another
the-
okay.
I'd like to make, can I make a
Right.
motion to amend the?
No, no.
You
now
can.
He can.
Yeah.
She doesn't necessarily have to withdraw it.
What do you want to do?
They
I
can-
have no idea.
Can I make a motion?
No, I have to amend my motion before you can make a motion, right?
No,
No?
these, so anyone can offer an amendment, and then somebody would second that amendment.
Okay.
Vote on the amendment.
And if you get a vote to do that, then you're talking about the amended motion.
That's right.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion to approve the new proposed budget of $25,990,482.
You're on the bottom number on the
Yes.
chart?
Correct.
25. So you're making a motion to amend the main motion
Yes, ma'am.
to that.
Yep.
So we should have a second. I hope I'm doing this right. So that's made by Joseph, made that motion to amend, motion to amend.
Which, Joseph, so I understand, which includes all those cuts,
Yes.
okay?
As enumerated there. Somebody would second that amendment.
Oh, what's the full number, Joseph? I'm sorry.
$25,990,482. The box that's the blue box.
That includes the 199 reduction?
That's that number. The new number we talked about with all the cuts, Frank.
It brings the increase down to 1,996,000.
Right.
Can you see my green box
Yes,
there?
that's the number that's being reduced.
You wanna highlight it with yellow or something? so
That is the
everybody-
remaining increase, not the amount being taken off of it. The
Oh.
amount being
Okay, that's
reduced
the-
is actually
oh,
the
I-
560.
Okay, I understand now. Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have amendment
Sorry to get it all.
to the motion to propose a budget of $25,990,482. Do we have a second to that amended motion?
I'll second
Do we
it.
have-
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second. All right, so this keeps the door open for discussion.
Do we take a vote?
We can discuss first the amended motion.
Discuss it?
I mean, we've
We
already
got it.
discussed it.
We came up with
Yeah.
those numbers, right?
We have come up with these numbers. Do we have alternatives?
I
to
would
these?
say that this is overly aggressive without talking about other possibilities like supplies, field trip experiences, field trip transportation, that do not affect the instructional core. Adult ed, page 67, that's $12,000. I'm not sure if we have to do that.
We do.
We do,
That's
okay, so that's
statutory.
mandatory.
There's
So
one
the
of
field
Frank's.
trips are in there.
That's an unfunded mandate.
Field
It's
trips
half
including
funded.
the transportation. are in there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's in there.
Yes, it's 22,000.
You're cutting 2 SSOs,
Yep.
The classroom teacher,
yep,
giving
A
us.
section of,
yep.
Like
section.
putting
Yep.
ourselves,
Yes.
I can never ever, it's hard enough for me to even get behind not adding the stuff that Dr. Luby is, but to actually bring us below where we were, that is an incredible injustice to our students and our teachers.
Our
Listen,
entire community.
I know this better than any of you. It is a hit. I understand.
So do we vote?
Well, we still have discussion.
We
I
discussed
mean,
it.
we have
We
discussed
discussed
it, I mean.
thoroughly,
it-
so.
Thoroughly, but is there anything anyone else has seen in this budget that we can think about removing before we talk about? And again, we're just giving a number, and then it's up to Dr. Luby to figure it out from there. Are we comfortable
bring you a vote tonight with that number of 25,990,482.
I am not.
The question I have is, what is a number that you are comfortable at? Because this is not gonna get us any further down the road. And it becomes
I would be comfortable, I'm not comfortable with any of it.
Neither am I.
But, yeah.
I don't think anyone should be.
No, and it's, I absolutely cannot justify us going below the status quo. So that's my threshold, my absolute threshold.
It's hard to go backwards. in order to go
Just know that if this
So
goes.
that's Hard to go backwards in order.
Well, if this, when this goes to selectmen, they're gonna tear it apart even further.
So then why
why are
not
we
give
gonna
them
do
more
it
to tear
first,
apart?
then?
Yeah, why are we gonna do it first?
Do we need the phones right now? The 42,000?
You want the schools to have new phones?
No, I mean, it's just, I mean, we have an existing phone system, yes?
That's the bill,
they
we're not
replaced-
buying phones, that's like your service fee
To
for
maintain the
year.
phones,
Yeah.
okay.
I said the same thing, I was like, wait a minute, but that's just for phone service or whatever.
So just
The custodian, I know we talked about it. Room clock,
as we talk about
paras, teacher.
the classroom teachers, class sizes and
No
all
one wants
that,
to go. I mean, we don't have
Um,
to cut anything.
the impacts to the schools this year won't be as impactful if we reduce a teacher, a classroom teacher. It's next year, I mean, that teacher is eventually gonna have to come back.
Yes, likely the following year.
Right, I mean, it does impact
So it
class
creates a
sizes,
hole.
it does create larger class sizes in whatever section we're looking at. But it fulfills a contractual obligation. But it's something that we're gonna have to fill next year. So again, eliminating it now, we're gonna have to bring it back later.
So what about Chromebooks on page 52, that's 21,000, can we then substitute it for the field
That's a
trips?
3-year lease, they're doing, that's a contract.
We did that, we just.
That's, we're in, that'll be year 2 of the lease.
Mm-hmm. One, two, three, four.
So just as a comparison, the total town increase last year, as far as percentage, was roughly 8 and change %.
I'm sorry.
For the total town budget. The
Our
total
piece
town
was
budget.
7.
Yeah, but the total town budget
Yeah.
increase was about 8%, I think, last year. Which was a big ask last year, and at this number, we're at 8.32% just for our portion of the budget. I can tell you the town side, it's not gonna be flat, and it's not gonna be a decrease. I don't know what. Which means that 8.32 is gonna be, as far as a referendum is concerned, is gonna be higher than what it was last year.
We also don't have to vote at all. We can have another meeting.
We can meet every night this weekend.
One of the conversations is you talk to people from the state. You might have a better compass. And this is not due till, I know it has to go to Paul's hands soon, but.
Next week?
But by, what is it, the charter, it's not till the 15th of March.
Oh, that's it.
No,
But
he
the-
has to
but that-
submit
but
March
that
15th.
money
That's
doesn't
right.
Our money
change.
dropped dead, our number next Friday dropped dead, and our pages dropped dead Monday after. So, and the number of pages that will have to be retooled are significant.
We have this room reserved for Tuesday, but that puts everyone,
What will be different?
and again, and that's the question, will anything
You
be
will
different?
not know any
Will
information.
anything be different
Where did you say?
So,
Tuesday night, other than Shane will be in the room?
We hope
Oh,
it's
that's
somebody,
sort
we
of
all,
in there. I
we
mean-
all hope we'll all be here
Chrissy
alive next
put a
Tuesday,
stake in the
let's put
ground.
it that way.
She said the biggest number she's gonna live with is the 377,509. I mean, you all are like getting there, you're starting to say, you know, if everybody puts their stake in the ground, like, anything more than this, and I would vote no, anything less than this, and I would vote no, maybe you start to hear what it's gonna take to get yourselves a budget. Let me know if I can help. Should we maybe take a 5-minute recess?
We could.
We could call that a comfort break and a sanity break, and
Personal privilege.
Sure.
Make a motion of personal privilege. Well, I don't know if it's personal
just to
privilege.
be-
A recess, make a motion for a recess for 10 minutes.
Nora's motioning a recess, someone second, Joseph, Nora, Joseph.
I can take my pills now.
10-minute recess?
Time is 8:46, how long do you wanna recess?
10 minutes. 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
I need a second on that.
Yeah, you had
Oh,
it,
you-
Joseph
okay.
seconded.
Oh, okay, Joe seconded. All right. All in favor of a
All
10-minute?
in favor?
Thank you.
We're gonna just leave the cameras rolling, and, so just be aware, the cameras are on.
How's your phone going for power? Because I am at like 30%. If you would like to call me. You're at 8, so you're about to die. I do not have a charger, so Jonathan might have to call you, or Frank might have to call you.
Will, but I have to take care of a matter.
Right, but if you die midway, then I have to know what we're gonna do. We're going back in, Shane.
Do we have confirmation, he's there?
Yep.
All
He's
right.
there.
Can we make a motion to come back into session?
I make a motion to come back into session from recess at 8:58 PM.
Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Do we have that?
No, I'll say no.
Jonathan.
But that's
Just
my
because
vote.
you like to be.
I like to say no.
All right, 8-1, Frank is the one dissenter.
Nora chose.
Yeah.
Did you happen to know what time we went to recess? No, we'll get it
Might be a recording, but it was
It will
10
be.
minutes.
When are we meeting? Tuesday?
46.
No, hold on, hold on, no,
Oh, I'm
We're
sorry.
not done, Frank.
No,
Just
no,
'cause you
no,
already
we're
know.
just coming back from recess.
8:46.
Easy,
Oh.
easy. We have a motion.
Oh, wonderful. Jumped the gun, sorry.
Are on.
They're on. Oh, they're on.
They're on.
Test, test, test.
Hello?
No. Somebody's talking.
You can hear it?
I hear you
Maybe
on
if there's
YouTube.
just a
Maybe
delay right
is
now?
it the cable? You're fine on YouTube.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for checking.
Perfect.
Appreciate it.
Sorry.
Do we want to So we're back from recess. We have a motion, amended motion on the table to approve the budget.
Oh.
At $25,990,482. And we had a second
You
to
did,
that motion.
Joseph and Frank.
We are still in discussion mode for this amended motion. In that 10-minute recess, does anyone have any bright ideas that they came across?
I mean, I'm just, can we revisit that, instructional supplies, page 71? I mean, it's 57,000, we can't take all of it.
But what does that buy us back?
Not much, but we gotta count pennies to get to the big dollar, Kurt.
I would recommend that, because those are small things that are not gonna move a needle, that, I'm gonna say, we defeat this amended motion, and, we move to eliminate the new positions. The one para, the lunch monitor, the custodian, the one special ed teacher, and the BCBA.
So
New
are you
positions.
Making a motion
But-
to
You're making
amend
the-
the amended
you're
motion?
No, I'm
amending
just
the
discussing,
amended?
just discussing,
Okay, all right.
just discussing.
So
That's my
what you're
recommendation.
discussing is to cut the, page what,
20.
20?
77, 5.
So cutting only
of
the
it.
377,509.
So that
Plus
would-
the 41,000 of adjustments, because
Plus the
that-
41,000.
Means we're increasing.
Matthew, budget page 20 for 1 second, please.
Right.
So
And
to
I'll-
put it in better terms,
Right.
right now, the amended proposed budget is a $519,000.
Well, let me ask a question. If
Hold
this
on,
is,
hold on, let me just get this out. A $519,000 decrease from the original proposed budget of the 26.
What do you say? I'm sorry.
The
The
current amended
motion
motion of the 25,990,482
removes $560,000
removes
from the budget,
$560,000 from the original proposed budget.
leaving an increase of 1.996617,
Correct.
and an 8.32 increase. That's the motion currently on the table.
Correct. Nora is
Discussing.
discussing an amendment to this amendment.
No, I'm not discussing amendment to the amendment. I'm just suggesting that as a board, we vote no for the amendment to, I would offer another amendment to the main motion, which
Okay.
is to cut new positions, only new positions.
In classroom teachers SSOs.
They stay.
Preschool section, preschool teacher.
Yep. The existing staff stays.
And that number,
Sorry.
So, to do that, how am I gonna do that? I'm gonna take all this out for a second, I guess. Let me see
cut
if I
it
can
and then
do
paste it back.
cut. Just gonna throw it down here so that I don't have to type it again. Does that bring us back up? Just get rid of those. Okay, so that matches. So then from here, we're talking about, new, just new. And we want this number. Copy. Command paste, it has to be negative, because you wanna remove that amount from the budget. It means the 41,000 or whatever that total is, plus the 377, which is the new stuff. What?
would be for,
Well, the appropriated budget request would be that, the 26,131. Matthew, can you go back to the spreadsheet? I'm sorry. I forgot to have it on the screen. That's good, nobody had to watch all my fussing. That would be the amount of the appropriated budget request, that would be the amount of the increase, that would be the percent of the increase, the 891. The total decrease to the budget, does that look right? Yes.
yes.
Would be 418,589.
All right, so let's read this out. So,
This is just discussion.
this is just discussion of decreasing the original by 418,589, which doesn't eliminate any current positions, it just eliminates any proposed new positions. So it reduces the proposed budget down to 26,131,973, which would be an increase of $2,138,108 at a percentage of 8.91%.
I have a question about the gifted and talented, the stipend proposal, which is really saving the district money, the 6,000. Could Champs pick up any of that? It's not allowed?
First of all, Champs is after school.
After
and
school,
we were
yeah.
To do
This
gifted
would be
after
an
school
in-school.
is
Thank you.
requiring kids to stay.
Right.
Plus our Champs grant was reduced by, I wanna say like $45,000 or something. So
Okay.
we're struggling to even offer what we usually offer.
Okay, well,
All right,
I put the 6,000 back into that.
Well,
I
and I
think-
think my understanding is if you cut that amount and I hear the spirit of what you wanna do,
yeah,
I'm still
you
gonna
can-
try
You
and
can figure it out.
offer you a
It's easy to
variation
figure
of.
out,
Right,
figure
right.
out $6,000 as opposed to
Right.
a couple $100,000.
Right.
Yeah, so I think everyone on the board is in agreement, gifted and talented is important,
Yeah.
correct? So we can handle finding somewhere the $6,000 in that budget to get that to those kids.
As long as there's enough remaining supports in the budget that the teachers have the wherewithal to take a stipend during the planning period and run that.
I mean,
That's
we
what
have
that
to,
model
yes,
depended on.
Sure.
correct.
If we
I
decimate
mean,
the
it
budget,
would
no one's gonna
Willingness.
do it.
You're right,
Sure.
it would require the teachers, and if we have highly qualified teachers that could do it, it's just a willingness to do that. Or an energy to do that.
That's, yes, my point.
So, but yes, I'd say that's out of all the new stuff we can figure out a way to keep that in there.
But we have an amendment on the
So
table.
we have an amendment on the table with the new amount. Do we wanna take a vote of that amended amount? Or do we have,
Is there actually a motion to that?
well, no, it was
It's just a
discussion,
conversation
it's
so far,
discussion.
right?
So,
Who made the amendment?
Joseph
Joseph?
made the amendment.
I made the original.
Yep, and Joseph made the
All right.
amendment.
Joseph, do you want to withdraw your amendment?
Or do you wanna keep it? It's up to you.
What would that do for voting purposes?
What do you mean?
We don't vote on your cut. Your
you would
proposed cut.
Draw it,
We
then-
don't vote on the 900 and,
I mean, I guess I could, but I'll vote no on any other increases, that's the only thing.
because my conversation was to eliminate new positions.
But that, just, I mean, it's still an increase.
So the difference between the 519,000 that we were gonna take out from your amended down to the 418, right? So that's another 100, right, 100,000?
Yeah.
That we're looking to put back in. Are you looking, is it? I say we just bring it,
You can just call the vote.
yep.
Call the vote on.
We're calling the
Joseph's
vote on
amendment.
Joseph's amendment.
Right.
Okay.
Which is, Matthew, you're, okay, so if we're going back to vote that, let me put that back, the numbers, right?
Right.
Delete, give me 30 seconds.
Back arrow? I don't know.
Insert rows above, bring this pile back in, and copy. I don't think I have enough rows. What's that?
I just cleared it up. I had it calculated.
Well, we'll put it back so it's so, oh, I did the wrong direction. I wanted to edit, insert rows, sorry, I'm getting loopy.
We'll all get moved.
Okay. Did that work? And now we need to drag this down. Does that look like the number of the motion?
Yep.
Okay, so let me drag these down, let me drag these down. Let me unbold everything beforehand. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table for
25.
$25,990,482,000, with an increase of $1,996,617. I'm gonna call this motion to a vote.
Everybody clear on what they're voting on?
Yes.
The
Okay.
amended motion to reduce the budget by $560,080. That's the decrease from what was proposed.
Okay.
You'd be voting on 25,990,482.
Yep.
Who wants to go
This
first?
has to be a voice vote, so you say your name
Oh, okay.
and your vote. Yay or nay, because Shane is on the phone, we have to do it as a voice vote.
Okay.
So,
What do you want to start?
Joseph, go ahead.
Yes.
So Joseph, say your
Joseph
name.
Santoro, yes.
Okay, Shane?
Shane, you there?
Shane? Oh, Jesus. Like the phone's dead, his phone.
All right, well, see if we can get Shane, Christine.
Chrissy Rylander, nay.
Okay,
Frank Oliveri, nay.
Jonathan Morehart, nay.
okay. Nora, I'm gonna pass it to you.
Nora McCursky, no.
Eleanor Bishop, no.
Carol Kiak, no.
Kurt Warner, no. Shane, are you there?
Yes.
Oh.
Hold on. Yes. Sorry. I'm in my car. So,
Did you hear all that?
change. I did. It's 1.9 million, right?
Increase, yes.
Yep,
Give or take.
increase.
Correct. Yes, increase with a budget cut of 500 plus thousand.
Yes.
My vote is no.
Okay, so we have,
The motion, the
The
amendment
motion.
fails.
the amendment failed.
Eight
Main
to
motion's
one.
still on the table.
Okay.
Now, the main motion
So
is
the
still there,
main motion is still on the table.
or anyone else can offer an amendment to the main motion.
Which is what, the full budget?
The
Correct,
main
the main
motion
motion
was,
is the full budget. So the main motion that's still on the table is to approve a budget at $26,509,482. Ready?
I make an amendment to the main motion.
Okay.
Well, don't we have yours?
She's amending the main motion. So just as Joe amended the main motion, now that that failed, she's
Okay.
making an amendment.
Okay.
What is your amendment?
I make a motion to cut the proposed budget by $418,509.
Is that?
All right, so let's do the math.
So what that looks like is page 20.
Page 20, so accurate.
377,509. And you said 41,000?
Let me take that out a second. I'll tell you it's 4180, actually. So 41,080.
Okay. All right. So
I'm
let me
gonna
change
get you
that
the
number.
exact number.
Okay,
Give me
thank you.
one sec.
Yep, yep.
The other number is 377. Negative 377, 509.
Yeah.
We are seeing different numbers, so let's see what we do differently. Did I type something
You said
wrong?
41,080.
080.
Okay, hold on. Taking the original.
Oh, you know what? The 41080 is already off. I'm taking it off two
Yeah,
times. That's
yeah,
my
I
mistake.
agree.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So-
26,50, but I'm 482, right? Minus 377,509. I'm sorry, I forgot that's already on the spreadsheet. 26,131,973. I agree. So Nora, if that's your motion.
Is that your number?
Right, if you're taking out the new stuff as well as just the adjustments, then you're making an amendment to approve a budget of 26,131,973.
131,973, 973.
That total,
26,131,973.
which represents a cut of $418,000, 589.
I have a different number. What's the main motion? It's 26.
It's 26,509,482.
509,482, right.
Right.
Minus 418,589.
No,
No,
the
it'd be
total
377.
total decrease to the budget is 418,589.
Yes,
377 plus the 41,
080.
yeah.
Correct.
So we would be reducing the proposed budget by
To-
418,589 for an appropriated budget of 26,131,973.
Okay, I'm starting with a different number than you're starting with.
I think that 41,080
I'm starting,
is really complicated.
okay. So then I changed my motion, my amended motion, to cut the budget by 377,509.
And not take advantage of the 41,000
Hold on, the
adjustments.
41,000 is already factored into this number, less the adjustments we discussed.
Are you
Correct.
making a motion to reduce that one, or are you just saying what your numbers are?
I think we're all,
I'm saying what my numbers are, right?
right, so you're saying off this number, she's looking to reduce 377,509.
Correct.
Correct.
Which is a total reduction to the proposed budget of $418,589.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
Yes, because it's the 377 plus the 41. gets you to the 418,589. That's how
Yeah,
much
but
the
I'm
budget
saying
went down.
that
I understand that. You're working off of after that number came out.
Right.
So right here, minus another 377, both roads get you to the 131 number.
Right.
It's just a function of,
Would we then add in the gifted and talented again?
Well,
Or,
it'll get,
Yeah.
it'll get figured out.
okay.
It'll get washed.
I hear your unanimous enthusiasm to make sure that that stays. I will find a way.
Okay.
So there's an amended proposal on the table.
Needs a second.
Well, let's get the amended portion out
Okay.
again before we get a second.
so
And before we can
my
discuss.
amendment is to cut the budget by $418,589.
I don't think we ever got there.
That was one of the pieces the other night, but,
We might have discussed getting
Yeah.
rid of the new positions.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 418 is your motion?
That's my amended motion. I just need a second.
So the total appropriated budgeted request for that is $26,131,973, which would be a total increase of $2,138,108. So that is the new amended proposal on the table. Do we have a second so we could discuss it?
I'll second.
We have a second. All right, let's discuss it. So now, we went from so the difference between Joe's amendment and Nora's amendment is
About $100,000?
about $100,000 difference.
So take a vote on it now? Or-
Well, if you don't want to discuss it.
I mean, we discussed every other number. I mean,
Right. So we have, we started with, we have three different numbers right now.
well, the latest number is the number we vote on, right?
Absolutely.
Right,
So-
and the middle one is gone.
The middle one's gone.
Not the first one.
But the difference between the middle
But
one
it
now is
doesn't matter because-
$140,000.
141,000 between Joe's amended and this.
I just want to say that we keep the field trips in there, which is very important for extracurriculars. We keep the SSOs in there, which is very important to the community and to our parents, to make sure kids are happy and safe. It keeps existing staff in there, which I think is very important for continuity of program and delivery. And I understand and I respect and I totally get the needs for the new staffing. I don't want to diminish any of that. I know that's essential. But we have to make some tough decisions here.
Really have a hard time with the, not having the new BCBA. But that would be an addition. Frank, were you gonna?
I'm not gonna say anything, I'm ready.
I think we're all out of discussion.
Yeah.
Would everyone agree on that?
Yes.
You could vote mine no and
Yeah, no, I
keep
know,
your
I'm just saying,
BCBA.
I don't think there's any more.
We're not saying yes or no, I
We're
mean,
just-
we're
no, no,
ready to vote, that's all I'm saying.
We're all out of discussion.
All right,
That's what I'm saying.
I
all
don't
right.
think we need to really discuss this amended portion.
That's all I'm
So
saying.
let's bring it to a vote. Nora, can you give us the numbers again that we're voting? Well, I can. The new amended proposal is $26,131,973 with an increase of $2,138,108. We'll do a voice vote.
Joseph Santoro, no.
Okay.
Shane, you're up.
Shane Centrella, no.
Chrissy Rylander, yes.
Frank Oliveri, no.
Jonathan Morehart, no.
Darrell McCarthy, yes.
Eleanor Bishop, yes.
Carol Kiak, no.
Okay, so we are
We have to
currently,
vote.
I know, we're currently at a 4-4 standstill.
Five to
Right now.
3.
5 to 3?
I have 5 no's,
Okay,
3 yeses.
5 no's, 3 yeses.
So the amendment is gonna fail
It-
regardless
it's-
of what
yeah.
you do.
Whether you,
Yeah,
You probably should vote just for
I will
voice vote.
vote just in case. I would,
you can abstain.
yeah, what's that gonna do, other than
Just
keep
an option.
quiet? I will vote no on this as well.
Motion fails.
Motion fails. So, before any other amended motions come forward, do we have the energy tonight to continue this?
Or is that what we agreed to send to the town?
What's that?
I say, is that the number we sent to the town?
The
No,
main
we don't.
motion.
Until we have a approval of, oh, so we have to vote on the main motion? Correct. Because the amendment, do we have any other amendments? Any other suggestions? I'm guessing we're all out of suggestions at this point. So
Gotta keep at it.
we can
Do
vote.
any of the no's
we-
wanna
I'm sorry.
indicate what it would take to get to yes? Because at some point,
Yeah.
you have to do.
How do you get to yes?
What do you mean?
What's the number that will get us to a yes?
Frank, I know you're gonna vote no.
No,
matter
no,
what.
no,
You
no,
told me
what I'm
that,
saying,
but-
I thought, no, I'm
What's
not,
the
no,
number
no, what
that's
I'm
gonna
saying
get us to
is,
a yes?
we voted the way we voted, doesn't that now get passed on to the town manager?
No.
No,
No,
the
we're
board
not done
has
yet.
to approve a budget to go to the town manager. You need a yes vote on something.
So the motion that's still on the table is the original motion.
Would the BCBA be the factor keeping it in?
For what?
Yes votes?
Otherwise,
No, I don't,
or do we move the vote on the main motion? Which is no cuts, no changes.
I would recommend that we need to come up with a number that's comfortable, that we know we can get. So, the cuts that we have proposed so far was, to the original proposal, was 518.
Anybody want to offer another amendment, those that say no?
I think everyone's all out of ideas, other than to throw out an arbitrary number at this point.
Need some rationale.
How do we, wait a minute, explain to me, we have, when you say a yes vote, that means 5-4 or 4-4?
Yeah, all we have
abstain?
to get to, something to give to the town manager, it has to come to at least a 5-4 consensus of yes. So how do we get there?
I have no idea, I didn't think.
So it failed with a $418,000 cut, and it failed with a $560,000 cut. If you voted no to those, maybe you wanna talk about too high, too low. To sort of begin to figure out how you're going to find something you can, 5 of you agree to.
I don't understand that whole,
The board has to adopt a budget request to pass along to the town. I guess if you didn't vote on one, my request would go on as budget, I guess, but I think that's kind of unheard of. I think the board is supposed to adopt something.
Should we go around the table to have a conversation about what is it that you would want to see? We do have a motion on the table, the main motion, so we're still in discussion.
I want a budget that the town could afford, which might be no increase. Go back to I can't see why we can't live with $24 million.
Joe?
I mean, right now we're at the precipice. We have nowhere to go. We're on a cliff. If we go off, meaning raise the budget, we're gonna essentially bankrupt half of our town. I mean, a lot of people can't even afford an extra $100 a month. And that'll force them to leave town, and then there's nothing we can do. So, there's really no way we can increase without finding a viable solution besides doing the same thing over and over again, which is throw money.
What do you think the solution should be? Like,
Honestly, we should look into partnering with Gilbert and following what Matt has said.
Well, that's not gonna help us tonight, though. I mean, yes, that's ongoing.
It might, because if they could come back and say with the,
We're not
you
gonna,
know,
yeah, but
and,
the
you know-
town has been dealing with that for years and years and years. It's an ongoing thing, there's
But
negotiations.
maybe we should break the cycle and do something about it.
Exactly, why don't we have both boards come together, both head of school, Susie, and.
But right now, we need to figure this out.
Well, I'll vote for 0% increase. If that's gonna push the needle, 0% increase.
But that's gonna do the exact same thing you said about taxes. It's gonna push a ton of families out of town.
I don't even
because
think
of
we could
our
open the
schools.
doors to the schools.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what-
gonna reduce all of our home values, so there's gonna be less tax income coming in. It's.
Other than throwing
And you guys
money.
see this paper, it's really eye-opening. You have New Hartford with 437 kids, this is a K through 6.
Well, you were supposed to pass it down to us.
Well, I don't know if you wanted to. So,
Those numbers make sense.
the teachers are 49, the test scores are 74.6. And this is 437 kids.
Different problem.
And why can't we do it?
It's a
So
much
we pay for
different-
1,000 kids for one thing.
It's a different problem.
But I appreciate she did this, because these are our surrounding communities. And you're not pulling
Again-
Naugatuck, which is 45 minutes away, believe me, I drive it all the time. It's
So
45 minutes away.
The reason we pulled those is,
No, you didn't pull those, that woman did.
no, the reason that Julie pulled her numbers was because it fits the same population as well as the same socio-economic status. Okay, that plays a huge
Okay, but
part
they're doing something
in
right and we're
testing.
doing something wrong is the point.
What they're doing right is they're valuing education. That's what they're doing
They're
right.
doing it for less than we are.
That's
Okay.
true.
Let's, if we wouldn't mind, we can't go here in this conversation tonight about looking at different
Okay,
communities.
but you asked my opinion, I get it.
Okay.
Okay.
But what is it for this current budget to get to,
What's the number?
what are you all thinking?
Zero increase.
What's a realistic number?
I'm realistic.
Zero increase is a cut to the budget at $2.5 million.
What will it take to keep the doors open for this year? Yes, we might put our students at a disadvantage, but it gives us a time in the
No,
year.
we're the Board of Ed.
Can I
That's-
remind you that that $2.5 million increase,
But we can.
That's the Board of
900,000
Selectmen.
of that is
We put
Gilbert.
the kids first.
So,
Correct, and that could rectify that
We have our
$9.8 million
opinions. We-
if
and are
we
entitled to
figure
them.
out.
but
a
it
way to
doesn't come off
You're on
of
the Board
Gilbert,
of
it comes
Ed.
off of us.
You're-
I-
All right,
thank
Oh,
you.
hey.
Oh, guys,
Guys,
no side
this is not side
conversations.
talk, okay? Everyone has their time to talk. There's no side discussions, okay? Let's keep it civil.
If I can just draw you to the screen, Matthew, I don't know if you, can you zoom in just a little bit on that bottom part of the chart for a second? So, the increase, well, actually at the top for a second. The increase in the budget, the 2.5, the numbers across the top, 906,000 of that support the K-6 program, 856 of that support the Gilbert tuition and the staff at Gilbert, and the out-of-district number is there as well. So if we were to cut the whole 2.5, there's essentially no change we can make to the 793 out-of-district piece, and no change we can make to the 856,000. So the Winchester Public Schools would be operating with $1.6 million less than we're operating with currently, just us. We have no way to impact the other two columns. To cut $1.6 million, we legitimately couldn't open the doors. Your class sizes would be 40, and then it would start doubling down on the cost of the teachers. It would cost more.
And fire marshal and.
Yes, we can't put 40 kids in a room, he visited. We'd probably go to about 30 if we thought that was a good idea. You voted yes 10, 15 minutes ago on a 560,000 reduction, yes?
Correct.
That was your motion?
Correct.
So would it be safe to say that's kind of your
That's
stake in the
the-
ground?
yeah.
You would vote yes at that?
Correct.
I already said what my stake in the ground is. Yeah,
You
my
can't do
stake
that.
in the ground, that I would not vote yes to that.
That's fair.
Jonathan, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah.
Stick to your reins.
When I first came in, I thought to myself, you know, as with past meetings, I've always been open to learning more about this particular budget, fiscal year 27, and I wasn't really ready for a vote. And after hearing all of us talk, there still is a fair amount of gridlock. I'm honestly not ready for a vote tonight. That's my uncensored opinion.
What can change from now until, I guess, next Tuesday? That will prepare you for a vote?
Well, I'm gonna be honest, we talked about the 1.6, how bad that would be, and we compared it to the original, unedited budget, and there's a lot to drink in about that, and I think it's a lot to consider. I'm not sure.
If we're not gonna finish tonight, why don't you give me a number and I will bring you a scenario. I will not use the word Gilbert in my scenario anywhere. It will be what is the impact to the Winchester Public Schools to take that cut fully within ourselves and show you what it looks like.
Okay, this question, you mentioned that the Gilbert tuition is part of the increase?
Yeah.
Well,
The Gilbert
isn't
budget-
the Gilbert tuition part of the main base?
But it went up.
Yeah, so Gilbert budget increased from last year. We're just talking about
About the increases.
Yeah, we're just
Oh,
talking about increase. Which we have no control over now, right? And we have no control
we voted
over
on it, I mean.
Right, but now we have no control over it, and we have no control over the outer district budget, right? So the only thing that we can control is that first column.
So I guess.
So, I'm gonna point us
Should
back
vote no
perhaps.
then for the Gilbert.
Since we're seemingly at an impasse, let's go back to the 4 options that Julie had proposed for us to give us a sense of what these cuts look like, to get us grounded in programmatic conversations. Giving you a guesstimate, if you will, and remember, nothing is in stone until the voter votes on it. So this is just the beginning, everyone. It needs to go through a lot of hands. So we're already talking about, the new cuts, the new positions would be 418. Okay, but then to massage new cuts to make it not so impactful, Julie presented option 2. That's quite impactful, right?
Thresholds that were asked for.
Yeah, these were thresholds. So you're getting a sense of, just visit it, maybe as a conversation.
So we're kind of close to scenario 2 at this point.
Yeah.
It would be
We
a,
picked and choose a little bit differently, but, and in fact, once we have a number, I'm gonna try to mitigate,
The impact.
if there's a way to fight to keep the BCBA and, I think I'm listening closely to what the board's priorities are, so that once there's a number, I'm gonna try to honor those, even if the number suggests.
Did we discuss the principal issue? Because wasn't one leaving and we were talking about not replacing? Is that in that decrease that you've been putting up there?
that's in a
That's
30.
third
It's
option.
number 3.
Excuse me?
Option
No, I know, but we discussed that on Tuesday, and I thought that was part of it, because the number I walked away with on Tuesday was 1.8. That's the number I walked
Yeah,
away with.
right.
On
Yep.
Tuesday,
Right.
like, it was a long night.
1.874,
Remaining.
yeah.
Right,
Of the increase, yeah.
Right.
I don't know
One
what
point
else.
but we haven't even
8.9.
gotten there tonight.
Well, we're at
So
1.996.
the closest we got there was that number plus the BCBA.
Right,
So that was a 1.9.
that's the
That was
560
That was
reduction.
Joe's amended amount minus the BCBA. So that included the BCBA in
Can
The
we go back to the
savings if you
1.8
cut a
that we discussed
principal-
Tuesday night? As a motion?
That's what,
That was
that's
a
what,
25 million.
not everybody agreed to it, but that's what the bottom number was on Tuesday night.
it. The bottom number was $1,874,617.
Today, all right.
That was the bottom, that was the,
Let me
Okay.
That's the
total
total?
increase.
That's the number I have in my notes.
The total increase
Sorry.
that we discussed
Right.
the other night. So that would include the BCBA. Removing the BCA,
Right.
BA from that number.
Right.
That's without it.
Joe's amended included the BCBA in it.
So now, if I make a motion to go back to the number of 1.8 as the total increase,
So we have an amended amount, yep, so we have an amended
that
motion.
number that we discussed on
Yep,
Tuesday
so
night,
that would, let me get the full number, you got the full number, 25?
I'm not saying it was acceptable, I said it was the lowest number
right, right.
that
This
came
is
up.
where you'd
Okay.
be if
Right.
you put the BC, so the
So-
number matches what we talked about the other night.
Right,
when we
that's what I'm
put the
going by.
BCBA back on
That,
the
that we
list.
walked away from, right.
Right,
So-
so, and somewhere earlier tonight, we talked about putting the BCBA.
You would like
back.
to make an amendment to the original proposal, and the amended amount would be $25,868,482, which is a total increase of $1,874,617.
Right.
Which is a reduction from the original budget of 682,000, and hopefully this will give you a resulting increase.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what that was, so that's a
I'll
cut
repeat it in a
off
second,
of the-
Shane. I'll repeat it
Okay,
in a
thank
second.
you.
Give me 1 second. So we have I'm assuming we have an amended
Frank is
proposal.
making
So
this as amended.
Frank is making an amended proposal of $25,868,482, which is a total increase of $1,874,617.
Which reflects a difference of a cut of how much from the ask increase?
682
682.
and $80.
Okay.
So it's a difference of $682,080 from the original proposed budget. I'll ask for discussion, I don't think,
You
at
don't
this
have a
point.
second
We have, okay, do we have a second for the amended? Does anyone like to second?
I like a second.
Okay. Joseph, second. All right. We can discuss this, or we can just vote on this right now.
So the reduction of 682,000 would mean that, depending upon where you move your money, it's all the new positions plus SSOs plus regular ed teacher plus
More classroom teachers.
more classroom teachers beyond that one that we've already looked at, plus probably field trips, plus,
Oh, here, it's on the screen.
Yeah.
oh,
It's all that stuff with the BCBA back in.
with the BCBA back in?
No, that would be.
Back in as a cut.
Yeah, yes,
Right,
correct,
sorry.
correct.
All right,
So
all those
there's
items would be cut.
1, 2, 3 teachers, 1 general ed, 1 special ed, and 1 preschool. 2 paras, the lunch monitors, the custodian, the SSOs, the BT, the field trips, and the BCBA.
And the net difference for the principal, I thought we discussed
There's-
that.
There's no,
No principal on the table. If we
That
were,
wasn't a part of this.
We talked about it, and you said that you could operate with 1 principal, but we had
I
to pay her more.
definitely didn't say that.
But you had to pay her more.
I'm not in any way saying we can or should do that. If we did that, it would be against my recommendation, and it would save us roughly $120,000. because it's an open position that we wouldn't fill, but then we would pay the existing principal per her contract,
Yes, what's the net?
30,000 more,
Okay, so what's the net? What's the net deduction?
120.
So this would be, we're in discussion on we have an amendment that's been seconded. So this would be a reduction of a principal in a building?
No, not this amended.
No, not the way that's written, but what Carol's talking about. Is that right, Carol?
Yep.
So 2 buildings would have 1 principal.
Yes. Which means at all times, one of the buildings would have only one administrator in the building.
Right. You would designate an administrator?
No, there would be an assistant principal in each,
all right,
if they stay.
all right.
And a principal that goes between.
Yeah. We struggled with not having an assistant principal at Pearson. We had 2 principals. We had one at Bachelor, we had one, Hinsdale, rather. Hinsdale, we had another at Pearson, 2 full-time principals. And we struggled with their ability to manage cases and issues and discipline and contact parents and deal with crises as they pop. So we put in an assistant principal at Pearson to try to help with that. And I think we've got some stellar people in these positions to manage these issues. You know, I know we're having discussion and it's not part of this amendment, but I would counsel against reducing a building principal.
But you still have 2 assistant principals.
I think it was proven last year, if you have one administrator in the building, we had the news at our doors.
Okay, but it's a job that somebody's retiring, and you're not taking away from them, that's how I'm looking at it.
We're not saying
So you're not just replacing them?
I understand that. I'm saying it's a job that is, there's too much put on, it can't, I'm saying too many things can fall through the cracks, and that's not good for a school system.
So your discussion is 1 principal, 2 assistant principals.
Correct.
Yeah.
So just not
replacing the one that's
not
retired.
replacing the one that's retired.
One of the things that principals do and administrators do generally is observe staff. They run PPTs, they also observe staff. So they need time to be able to follow the PDEC agreement, which is the teacher evaluation system, on a timely basis with due process. So I think that's a critical job, and I would hate to have us potentially miss the scheduled observations because of the concern of due process, effectively giving teachers feedback to forward curriculum. They also, an assistant principal, the principal that would have to manage the 2 assistant principals would have a tremendous amount of legal responsibility that I don't know what principal would stay in the job, especially in today's climate.
How many kids do we have in each school?
Approximately 300 in each building, give or take a handful.
Teachers and persons like behavioral therapists, they need help and support. They look to administrators. They know that they're buttress with our parent community. And if we reduce an administrator, you're going to find teachers not feeling supported, and they're going to leave. It is a difficult discipline. It's a difficult job. We have shortages in special ed nationally. We have shortages in social studies in the state of Connecticut for the first time ever. We have shortages in English teachers. And we lose an administrator, you're losing a buffer. Teachers will not feel supported and protected, if you will, for lack of a better way to say it.
I'm not comfortable with that.
So I agree, and I've heard a lot of good points made tonight. I think one of the things that is maybe not lost, but is not been mentioned, I think, enough, while we have to look at the current budget and what will be passed for this coming school year, one of the things is kicking the can down the road has been used as an expression, or, you know, dealing with what's in front of us right now, but looking forward and really seeing, regardless of the cuts made, how will we be able to sustain, or come budget season next year, how are we not going to, and I am with saying this, I'm fully aware that the insurance increase is a major driver in this budget, but it is not the only piece or factor that got us to a $2.5 million increase. And when we look forward, and we really need to look forward because that's always what a budget is really about, what are we doing to hedge ourselves in the future? And what are we doing? So from an educational standpoint, with two daughters of my own, that if I choose to stay in this town, that will be going through this educational system, I would hope, and for the rest of the kids in this town that are currently in the school system, I want for them the best education possible. But as has been stated, and I really appreciated the BCBA coming in and speaking on behalf. It sounds like he has quite the workload and the demands, but to the bigger statement, how will we be able to continually sustain increases? Because again, I don't see things going down without a plan to kind of hedge our future. And right now, all we're talking about is ways to, and again, you have to deal with what's in front of you, but without any plan for the future, I haven't heard any vision towards how we're going to be able to sustain in the future. And to me, that's the bigger conversation that, yes, we can talk about passing a budget right now, but what happens come next year? Because last year there was an increase, this year there's a bigger increase that's proposed, and I just don't see that being sustainable in the current structure, right? So I implore outside of the box thinking and real answers that would provide us a sustainable approach for the future, because right now this is not sustainable for the community that we live in, because the current socioeconomic reality of our current community will not be able to sustain that. And while we don't want to dissuade other families from coming in, we also want to make sure that we are not, as has been said, pushing out those that are currently in the community. And again, a lot of those don't have kids in the school system that are finding that being the biggest struggle. So I again, the last time we were in this meeting, and I'm sorry to be long-winded, but I've been listening all night, and I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. But the last regular meeting that we were at, while it wasn't a good option, it was the only option, and I don't mean to bring this up, but a substantial decrease in our proposed budget is what we need to look at. So what are those outside of the box / things that we can do besides just cutting teachers? How can we bring revenue to the district? How can we do something that is other than? Because right now, just speaking for myself again, and I stated it at our last regular meeting, I personally will not vote on a budget. And again, none of these options are good, but we haven't presented or come up with something that is a better, viable option. So again, I will not vote for a passing of the budget, not because I don't vote for our kids, but because I don't think that this is a sustainable path that we're on.
So Shane, what are you saying, that a no increase for this year then?
Well, we have to take some increase because with the insurance increases, that's a $900,000, or I believe it's 1.2 if I'm not mistaken, but sorry if my numbers are incorrect. That is something that we could not plan for, unfortunately, because of the validity of that. But again, I personally won't vote on passing any budget that we've had proposed, because none of it is sustainable for our future. And so that's just where I stand. I just had to share my piece because, again, we're talking about trying to find solutions. But again, and I'm sorry that I didn't bring one myself. I'm not an educator. I'm not in this business, but I am passionate about wanting to have our kids have a bright future. But we also have to look at what is sustainable for our community. And I don't think on the current trajectory, we're providing answers that are sustainable.
Thank you.
So you're abstaining from motions?
What now?
Are you abstaining from motions?
No.
He's not abstaining?
No,
He
no.
will vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Well, as far as out of the box, I mean, that brings us back to the 7th grade plan. You know,
But legally, can we do that with
You
Hinsdale
legally
being
can't do that.
designated
You want
pre-K
litigation?
through 2?
It's literally in the MOU.
I think that was not a fully formed option, and I think it did more damage than, and we still have not fully explored that, but that seemed to do more damage in trying to have a collaborative relationship with Gilbert, because they are currently designated high school. So again, it was an idea, and all ideas have to be sought out, but when we look at the possibility of that, but what other potentials are there? Because we do have to look at something that is sustainable for our future, and it doesn't seem like this is very sustainable.
but
That's
isn't
what I
high
feel.
school 9th through 12th grade? Isn't that high school?
It says
That's the
middle school.
statute.
It says middle school and high school.
But
The
that MOU is
Middle school and high school.
Let me, could I ask quite a question, because I'm done with, Gilbert tuition, what is the new increase now for Gilbert? The increase?
The Gilbert
Increase.
increase of just the tuition number, or the amount that it's going up between tuition and the staff who works there and there?
Yeah, the whole.
856, 300.
I think if we're looking
Well,
for.
no, give me just the, no, because you're not gonna change the staff
And you can't change the
tuition, so 856?
So 856, 300, I would call that an uncontrollable cost. So if you say.
But that's part of the 2 million increase?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and
So
then
if-
the insurance was how much again?
Ours
Find it,
goes
yeah,
up
how-
500,000,
And there's one.
So that's
3
that's 1.3 million. That's
Plus
of
out
the
of-
2.7.
of the 2.5.
Plus out of
2.5.
district.
There's 800,000 in the out-of-district tuition and transportation that
Increase.
I have no, if, whatever size cut you take, I can't reduce the.
So how much was that? I'm sorry.
800,000, 793 to be exact, 794.
Okay, so that's.
So the increase that's on our side is 900,000, of which 500,000 right off the top is the health insurance. So, I mean, that'll go down a little if we remove a lot of humans. It won't go down millions, but every less person who works here is less insurance.
So one of the things that I've heard floated around, but again, I can't speak to the validity of it, nor do I know what it would actually take. But I've heard it mentioned, and again, I can't speak to it because I'm not the professional that could speak to how it could be executed. But when we talk about being a public school system, we are not a revenue driving, right? We do not make income that comes back typically. One of the things, and again, speaking out of my professional place, but special education is one of the largest drivers in our budget. And if it's been mentioned tonight, I apologize. But that is one of the largest costs to our district is the special education. How have we, if we haven't already, how have we explored the possibility? And again, there is a lot to this, and I understand it is not a simple solution, but there is a lot to passing a very increased budget as well. So while we're looking at all viable options, what does it look like to, and I understand there are options within choosing where the families go for their special education. So if they go out of district, that is by choice, if I'm not mistaken. But how do we keep, how do we offer a program or offer something? Is this a possibility that brings those students that are out of district to want to come back? And now I understand that may not be, in some of the cases, it may not be possible because of the needs of that student. But what has been the exploration towards that? Or again, in a collaborative effort, have we implored Gilbert to do the same? And what are the possible options? Because again, even if we're talking about an increase, this increase is going to keep coming. I understand we may not have the same increase of insurance, but the needs that we have as far as teachers, teacher salaries, that's going to continue to go up, but we have no answer to that. But if we were to devise or develop a program that is able to attract others outside of our district and to bring in income into our district, I know in other districts that is a possibility. I'm sure it's not super common, but again, at the size district that we are, we should have a little bit more mobility than others because we're not a massive district. We are a smaller district. So it should give us more choice in being able to pivot or change more quickly. And again, I apologize if this is coming from a place of not having knowledge, but I've heard this floated to me, and I don't know the validity or reality of that situation. But in my mind, we haven't fully explored all options. And again, if I'm wrong, I will fully.
I'm going to stop you there, Shane.
Yep.
It has been discussed tonight. As we talked about future, things that we can do down the road that will help us in the future to mitigate these issues with the budget. Kathy Gabrielson is meeting with a company tomorrow to explore building a program that would originally, it would be outsourced at first and for maybe a while. So we have explored that. It's not going to help us today, but it's something that we are going to, as a board, explore. And as I talk to the board also, we as a board, once we get past this budget, we're going to have to come up with ideas along those lines for the future, so we don't run into these problems year after year. So we have discussed that tonight.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's it.
No worries.
No worries. Sorry. No, sorry. Talk what you wish.
Anybody else want to add?
Where are we? We have
We still
an
have the
amended
main
motion.
Do we have an amended?
We have an amended motion on the floor,
Oh.
made by Frank, seconded by Joseph, to reduce the budget by $682,000, which was essentially all the other things plus the BCBA for a 1.8 increase. That's 7.81%. So either you could vote on that or it could be withdrawn.
Okay, so Shane, do you have anything other to add at this point?
No, that's all.
Does anyone else have anything to add at this point? So we have a amended motion on the table right now for a proposed budget of, I'm assuming that's what we're looking at.
Yes.
$25,868,482 for a total increase of $1,874,617.
That's just to keep our doors open, pretty much?
I will say this, if we vote on this and it goes to the selectmen, if anything comes back, we don't really have much room,
Okay.
if any.
So that would mean the cut would be 682,000,
Correct.
which would be inclusive of, Julie, the stuff on the board.
Unless I'm find ways to mitigate those with
Okay.
other swap out choices.
Mhm.
You know, if I can figure out something so we don't have to take the field trips from the kids, I would really fight to do that.
Two SSOs are in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
BCBA is in there.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, we're
You
We're
know,
scraping the
different
bottom.
Positions support us similarly, but in different ways. I might look at trying to figure out how to save the BCBA and give up a different student support. But the only way to put any of these things back is to take something different out, so.
And the only comment I have is these cuts do not support our students and the staff in our schools.
One thing I will point out, people are feeling very conflicted, I know, because we want to support the children, and Joseph, you talked about wanting to support their families. One thing I would point out is that our employees are their families. We have almost 50% of our employees live in Winchester. So it's hitting in a lot of different ways.
I fear the message that we're sending tonight to the staff is going to be impactful. Tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of questions coming at the administration.
A lot of requests for letters of recommendation.
So everything we've done here tonight is going to have an impact regardless of what we do. And it's going to negatively impact the mood and the spirit of the staff. That's why, listen, if this was an easy decision, we would just be here not getting paid, but thankfully we're getting paid and we're earning our money.
What? You got an envelope?
That was humor.
You got an envelope?
Person's not all our paychecks,
Where was I?
apparently.
You can't do sarcasm at 10 o'clock at night. No one gets
You can't
it.
say things like that.
It's not an easy thing for us to do right now, because we have to keep kids at the forefront, but we have to keep everyone, I do want to discourage people to think that the product isn't good. The product is good. Our teachers are doing an amazing job with what they have. Can only imagine what they can do when they're fully staffed and fully supported.
So you want vision. One of the things that we're talking about is the biggest part of this, one of the bigger pieces, not just insurance, but special ed costs.
Right.
You've got a plan from Kathy, moving forward, in a way to keep kids inside our district, because that's one of the biggest costs is out of districts. And no, we don't have a choice. Kids are put out in out-of-district placements based on IEPs and reviews of IEPs, which we're in charge of pre-K through 12.
The choice would be whether the parent, if we build a program, the parents would have the choice to come back. It's not.
Ones that have out of district.
Yes,
And other,
PPT decision.
That's right.
and then other
That's right.
groups, other towns would come if we
It
can get
could,
them.
I mean,
That's
if
right.
we build it out right, that could be a revenue.
That's the revenue.
Yeah, that
That's the
could be
revenue
revenue.
piece.
So
But then that would require us to build
the reason
it out a little bit.
the reason why I'm bringing that up is, as Shane said, looking forward, building the program, continuing longer-term vision. I would think that we would need to consider keeping the SSOs, because that was a direct response. And I would reconsider keeping that BCBA new position in. So in other words, we have a motion on the table for $682,080. That includes those SSOs and BCBAs. I would advocate saying no to this amended motion and reconsider another one.
Or you can
With-
offer an amendment, one more layer.
Oh, I don't know if
But
we want to
that's-
do that. Might confuse everybody.
Yep.
At this point.
Mhm.
So there is a motion on the floor.
Because I envision SSOs as a part of moving forward, bringing families into our community, where their kids feel safe in the buildings. BCBA, as we were talking about, they got a caseload of 30, could help mitigate some of the issues and the concerns, keeping the staff supported. Moving forward, helping with behaviors in the long term, keeping families with us as a community, the communication with the families going.
I think that would be wise.
Okay. I move the question on the amended motion. This is Frank's, right?
I believe so.
So Frank's amended motion right now is a budget of $25,868,482 with an increase of $1,874,617 with a total, what are we saying? are we calling that
The
a
increase is 7.81, and it's a $682,000 reduction from the
reduction
budget I
from the
proposed.
original proposal? If we were to, well, we can either bring that amendment to a vote, or there's a second amended motion on the table to bring back the two SSOs in the BCBA, which would total,
121.
230,000.
121,500.
230 even. There isn't actually a motion, I don't think.
No,
but
there isn't.
There's an
But-
idea.
No.
But there's an idea, and it would have to be seconded if we wanted to move forward with that. But
And I called the question
the question,
to vote on Frank's amendment.
okay.
Can you do that, or can you let Kurt do that?
Or does Kurt call? Anybody can call.
Anybody can make a motion to close the discussion and debate. I don't
okay,
think call
so
the
there's-
question is a here thing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well then never mind.
So you could either vote on Frank's
I would
amendment.
say, let's vote on Frank's amended.
With Frank's amended budget of 25,868,482, with a total increase of
$1,874,617. So I'd like a,
Need a second, or?
no, we had a second. That's how we got
Frank made
entered
it,
into.
Joseph seconded it.
So I'd like to call a vote on that proposed amount. Voice vote. Joseph?
Joseph Santoro, yes.
Shane, you
Shane
there?
Centrella, no.
Chrissy Rylander, no.
Jonathan Morehart, no.
Frank?
Voting?
Frank, we're voting.
What's your motion?
On your motion.
Frank J. Oliveri, yes.
Okay.
Nora?
Nora McCarsky, no.
Eleanor Bishop, no.
Carol Kiak, no.
So that's 5 to 3.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6
No.
to 2, you haven't
6 to
voted.
2.
No.
So 6 to 2 no's.
How do you vote?
I will vote no.
Motion
So that motion fails.
Okay.
So we have the original proposed budget of $26,509,482. Do you want to, Nora?
Yep, I make an amended motion. Let's see if I can get the numbers here. $682, give me a moment. Putting back the
I can do
BCBA.
that for you just by taking those two out.
All right.
Take out BCBA, take out
SRO,
SSO.
SSOs.
Okay,
Moving
here's
the
your number.
district forward. Okay.
You're at a budget of 26,098,482, which is an increase of $2,104,617, which is an 8.77 increase. It's a reduction to the original budget of $452.80. $452,080.
580?
450.
452,080.
080.
Which, Matthew, I
Really?
can't see that well enough to know. We're on there, yep.
Okay. That's my motion, my amended motion.
Nora's making an amended motion.
Do we have a second?
452.
I'll second.
Okay, and
So it's, sorry, we second that? Okay, discussion? So it's essentially taking all of that off except for BCBA and the two SSOs. You see the blank spaces?
correct. All right, I don't believe there's probably any discussion on this.
Vote.
All right, let's bring it to a vote. Joseph?
Joseph Santoro, no.
Shane Centrella, no.
Chrissy Rylander, yes.
Frank Oliveri, no.
Jonathan Morhart, no.
Kurt Warner, no.
Nora McCarsky, yes.
Eleanor Bishop, no.
Carol Kiak, no.
I got 2 yeses and
Yep.
5, 6, 7 no's.
Oh, I didn't write down John. Jonathan was a no, right? So that motion fails 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 to 2.
Quick point of information. I mean, I don't know if we can do this, but I mean, I know we have some people in the audience. Would we be allowed to give them an opportunity to speak at all, or do we have to wait
That's
till
the
the end?
public comment when we get
Yeah,
there.
when we get there.
Okay.
A motion for a 5-minute recess?
I second, or Joe, Frank second.
At 10:14?
All in favor?
Aye.
Nora made the motion. Who was the second?
Frank.
Front 5-minute recess, Shane.
I don't see us getting anywhere.
I didn't take my pills for tomorrow morning yet. I didn't bring my pills for tomorrow morning. Explain to me.
No, I think we've hit that point where, it's too high. There's probably people who don't know. There you go. Unless the people who willing to abstain and just let people, never know what's out there. That's a conundrum. I've never witnessed a board not approving budget.
I don't see anything changing other than the fact that we're really up against it. There's gonna have to be a decision. We can't do anything yet.
That's good. Yeah, it's a road. I mean, I know that Kara was, her first one was. Her first one was rotator and bicycle.
As far as, I think he would.
Is he back?
Yeah, he'll be back.
Because maybe I can sit
He's
with him
back
and.
tomorrow, I believe. Yeah.
I hear that. When I was meant to be facetious, I was saying, I do. I'm sure. It is an interpretation. I don't know where you Gilbert's interpretation. Which is why when I said it would certainly lead to litigation.
Yeah, I know.
Not that I lack the experience, but I'm worried about us.
It
Lit a fire. It's 100% a bad decision on my part.
Because, yeah.
Are you left-handed or right-handed? I'm left-handed. We get the opposite. That's strange. That is very.
You get a little release?
Thank God. Too much
I'm-
water.
I'm teetering right now of whether I should try this.
What are the odds this meeting ends tomorrow?
We're not.
Technically, it would be the 26th and the 27th.
We're gonna have to get to
That
a
would be
point
budget
where
26,
we're gonna have to
27.
get to it.
It's funny.
We're gonna have to get to a point where.
If we're not,
Repeating ourselves here.
if we're
Gotta make a
adjourning
decision.
till Tuesday, give me homework.
Well, that's what we're having.
And it's a process. We're just step one.
I know, we should have been further along in this process. Right?
Yeah.
But you see, the cuts are so painful.
No,
That's
I
why
know.
we're not.
I know. That's fair, that's fair.
You dead cell phone?
The mic.
You lost your cell phone?
come back out of, somebody
Okay,
make a
we're on.
motion to come back.
I make a motion to come out of break at 10:21.
I will second that motion.
Yeah, I'll need more caffeine in this.
10:21. That's Nora and Joseph.
Okay.
All in favor of coming back, I guess?
Whoever wants to explain to me,
Hold on.
oh, I'm sorry.
We do vote in favor of coming back on break?
All in favor?
Thank you.
All right, we are back. Frank, what?
Why can't we pass on the vote, the budget, to the town, which is what our duty is, even though we didn't pass it ourselves? I mean, we didn't give it a yes vote.
So your decision to pass it on is a yes vote.
Right, you have to vote. You can't skip that
No,
step.
I'm not saying skip a vote. I'm saying if it comes out, whatever it is, 5-4, 5-8, whatever the number is, and then pass it on to them.
Good.
Which we did tonight twice, but we didn't pass it on.
Is there
We
any, like a stalemate option, like?
I mean, when you said we had to have, it had to pass by a yes vote.
Right. So we have a main motion on the table to pass the budget as it's been presented, full, no cuts. This is
Only the
Chrissy's motion.
41 whatever adjustment.
No, we had a
Minus the
number of
41,000.
motions that we-
Amendments to the original one, Frank.
That's the
Those
only
were
one
amendments.
still sitting out there.
The only one that's still out there
Oh.
right now currently is the original.
Okay, so now if we go around the table, it has to be passed by us at, in other words, the
It can't go
majority
to-
of yes before it can be passed
Yes.
on to them. It's
Correct.
not by.
Correct.
That's our fiduciary responsibility as an agent of the state of Connecticut. We are not under the umbrella of the city.
Okay,
We are completely a separate entity to keep politics out of education. The State Board of Education created us. Or
Oh,
the
okay. All
state
right.
legislature created us
Okay.
by law.
thank you. Okay.
Okay. So, we have a motion on the table to approve a budget of $26,509,482, which is the superintendent's proposed budget, less the adjustments we discussed during committee on Tuesday. That is on the table currently. Do we have any amendments, or do we want to just vote again on the main budget? Or do we have other ideas, proposals?
Well, Nora suggested that everyone go around and say, and it kind of stopped at, like Joseph said what his, I said what my bottom line was, but it never really got around the table. And
Frank
since
said
then-
his.
Oh,
I said mine
yes.
too.
So we have,
Nora, what's yours?
Mine?
Yeah.
Through my proposals, my last one, the cut at 452,080, as I mentioned, sustains the program moving forward, hitting the vision concern that Shane has, keeping our pushing in a new BCBA to mitigate issues inside the classroom, changes the culture of the community in the buildings, keeping the SSOs, because that was a pivotal change last year in the fall. And that's where I would sit, because.
You won't move off that number.
Well, I mean, I also proposed cutting all new positions, which was another $100,000 more. That too is voted down. So, you know.
so we're just looking at like
yeah.
a threshold here.
Yeah, I'm looking at, in my mind, one of the board goals we had, I wanna go back to that, was to sustain faculty, to stop the turnover. So, I think that it's important that we signal to the community as a board here that that's what we value, because that's what we did as a group, is to come to those goals. And I think pushing forward a budget that best meets those goals is something we should give to the community to vote on, to see where they stand, as we've been elected by them. And I think it's our obligation here to signal to them, this is what sustains us, this is what meets our kids' needs, this is important to us to meet our board goals. And let the Board of Selectmen give us guidance, but I think as a board, we signal to this community, we signal to our faculty, we signal to our administrators, this is where we're at. And I think that's an important value. And education is, albeit a good percent of the budget, of course, and no one wants to take an increase. It is also an investment in the community, and I think that that's an important message.
I don't think it's responsible to go lower than the status quo budget. I think we would be doing the children, our town employees, our community a big disservice if we go backwards in that manner. We've worked as a district pretty hard to come back after receivership. I just worry about decimating this whole system completely and totally. And again, I mean, I think our position here is to advocate for what is best for our school system. And, you know, we were presented with a pretty bare bones budget, nothing superfluous. I think that is what we need to put forward. So anyway, I don't think I'm able to vote on anything lower than the status quo from last year. It just doesn't, it's not right.
I think we should only increase, no new positions, that we should only increase what the absolute lowest that we could, which includes the insurance, Gilbert, the staff coordinator, special ed, and that's it.
Right.
Then we see what happens with the state. And then next year, we get through a year and see what the state's gonna offer us, because if they're giving us $2 million next year, then we just have to get through this 1 year without bankrupting the town with the taxes. And I agree with Joe, what he said, Mojo, that by increasing taxes, you're hurting families that have children. So I agree with you. I think the status quo, not the status quo, only the maximum that we have on the increases, that we have to pay. So we have to pay the increased insurance. We have to pay Gilbert. We have to pay the special ed, whatever that increased cost is. But that
Staff wages?
Excuse me?
Staff wages.
Contractual
obligation. Only the absolute bare minimum. And then we can relook at it next year, or maybe we can come up with some really good idea, because apparently you've been doing this for the last 15 years, and it's the same stuff every year. So let's start thinking outside the box and how we can fix this.
So that's the status quo.
There's nothing, every other area went down, like
So that's all I'm saying. What you're saying is the status quo.
No,
budget.
I'm not voting for the status quo, because that's
Okay,
that's
but
gonna kill people, no.
So you're talking about Gilbert?
Isn't the status quo just a $529,000
What did you,
increase?
so you got a $1.5 million increase last year, what was that spent on?
Pardon me, sorry. No,
The status quo was a 307. Go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
So you got $1.5 million increase last year, what did that go to?
Isn't it we got? It's not you
There was,
got.
you got a budget increase last year of $1.5 million. It's right in the numbers.
That went
More
to
than that, was
contractual
3
obligations, special ed costs, transportation,
the SSOs.
insurance, salaries,
Yeah,
you know.
we added the SSOs.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd be happy to send you last year's budget book
Yeah,
that
it's
shows
on
the
there,
analysis of what was in last year's increase.
I mean, I'm not, no, I will never vote for the status quo. It's not gonna happen, so. I feel like we've gotta bring this budget down. And even at 1.8, I think that's a lot. To ask again to the town.
Well, as a parent and a taxpayer in town, we live paycheck to paycheck in my house. At the end of the month, there's maybe, if we're lucky, a couple of extra $100 in our bank account. We live in a 1,200 square foot home in a working class neighborhood in Winston. I feel like we very much meet the average demographics for the city. And I will say that I am more likely to leave town over a decimated school system and tax increases are not gonna push me out of my home. A couple of weeks ago, we had to choose between weekly groceries and heating oil. Like, we are not in a wonderful financial situation, I promise. An increase in taxes would not push us out of our home. But a decimated school system absolutely will.
I just want to, our role here is not a Board of Finance, okay? So our budget goes forward to the Board of Selectmen, who act as a Board of Finance, and so it may not be a 2.5 increase to taxpayers, depending upon what the town side does, with its own
But-
cuts, if you will.
That means they cut, not the things we want to see, the things they think are important, but that might be important to us.
The danger to that is if we go down to 1.8 and we truly believe that's the bare bones of it, and they still ask us to cut, where do we go?
That's what I mean, they're gonna make the decision.
We always decide what it is, the Board of
Yeah,
Finance
they
or
just
the Board of
give us a
Selectmen, I'm
number.
sorry.
They give us a number and then we,
All
Then-
they technically have is one line. They'll have all of our backup data,
Right.
but ultimately
But that-
this board and I make those decisions of how to manage a cut.
so it ain't, I mean, that ain't a great solution either.
No, it's the same taxpayer.
So what's the number we wanna present to them? What's the number do we wanna present to the Board of Selectmen? Do we have this in our head tonight, or do we have to push it to another night? Are we guaranteed to have a number by then?
Well,
I
I mean,
doubt
let's,
that.
let's,
You have to.
let's go
Right.
back, let's go back to the basics. We talked about Gilbert, the insurance, and what was the other third one?
Out of district
Out of district.
tuition.
And that was what, 793?
The out of district, yes.
So that's 9, 14, 9, 14, 9, 14, 20. So that's 2,149,000. That's
If you take just the health insurance,
yeah,
500,
that.
yep, exactly. What Carol described was essentially a $2 million increase.
which we have no control over.
Right.
Status quo.
So anything beyond that is.
It's gravy. But we, well, it's,
Whoa.
Discretionary,
It's
that's in our
discretionary.
budget, that's in
It's
our budget too.
discretionary.
It's less than 1/2, 1%.
I know, I'm just,
So,
well, that's usually what
so
happens
it's the
in the school
field
budget.
trips, it's
Yeah,
the
but in the school budget,
supplies.
basically, you have 1% discretionary in any
Everything else
budget.
is obligation, otherwise you're cutting staff.
I mean this with respect. Were you and Shane able to ask Gilbert if they were willing to tap into their reserve fund?
So they're already contributing $250,000
From their
to this
fund.
budget.
They're already doing that.
It's already insulated into their side. So they're that's the one thing we haven't discussed. What is the 660?
What?
So the 660 account, which is now 440. So we can all agree that it's a 440 account. So we do have, don't look at me like that, Nancy. We do have money that we could put into this budget that could offset some of these.
I'm not willing to
No, I
throw
would,
money
I
at
would
it.
use that money to set up new programs or discuss new programs, what it would be to get new programs, but I wouldn't use it to pay down.
A recurring cost, because
Cost,
this will just come
recurring
back
cost.
next year and we'll have nothing.
I mean, if you wanna use the money for something, test something and things like that, that get us to a better
One-time
place.
use emergency.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
and not
everybody
emergency,
has
but
an
to use,
emergency
a-
fund.
get us to a better
You don't
step,
spend it unless
you know,
need to.
in a program where we wanna be, rather than pay back it.
Well, what constitutes an emergency right now?
Yeah, this feels emergent.
So,
No, you don't wanna know what that definition is in civil.
you said we had it down to how much at one point?
We had $1,800 in the emergency fund. Because we took money out to cover the budget.
Correct, but then how do we get that additional
That
funds?
means,
the state allows us to hold on to under 2% of any monies we don't spend from year to year.
Correct, but how did we recuperate, 700,000 some odd dollars? Wasn't it from the COVID relief money that was a gift of God?
The 660 thing?
Correct.
The
How did
state
that
of
get
Connecticut
built back up?
miscounted us, our population.
Yeah, so, I
And
mean,
so
if
they
we didn't get
fixed
that,
that
our
error.
emergency fund would essentially be zero, so we shouldn't spend that money
Mhm.
on recurring costs. Like Frank said, we build out a program that can generate money because, like he said,
Yeah, because the cliff will be there again.
Yep, and like he said,
But
whether they like it or not,
building a program requires investment in that program. You can't just start with this. I mean, you gotta have staff, you gotta have resources, training.
you start one classroom of the
building-
autism thing, I'm just spitballing ideas here, and you throw a teacher, somebody in there.
Well, she
But then
already
we just
said
cut
most programs have a BCBA that can have up to only 3 or 4 kids.
Right.
Plus, support staff to go with that program.
So,
I think it's normally one-to-one support staff.
See, the stinger in this is multiple years, 8% increase. Whatever you got for the $2.5 or $3 million last year for the increase.
Yeah, I looked up the average increase on the school budget is 4 to 6%.
No, I'm just saying, that was,
Yeah, so we keep on,
no, what I'm saying is, what I thought the number was at the meetings we had with the town, with the public at the school auditorium was 21 million for the school budget last year. I was shocked when we got the book and we saw 23.9.
Bear in mind, that's not the bill to the taxpayer, as you have been bringing up. The taxpayer bill is 16 million last year, 16, 17 million. So, we are talking big numbers here, but that's not what goes to the taxpayer.
1-6.
And
Hold on, she'll bring this up.
that's what confuses me, because it's the same thing Ms. Perez said 3 years ago. It was $14 million that went to the thing when it was a $19 million budget.
To, Carol and Frank, what you're referencing, the increase last year was 1.5 million.
23.9.
And what you're seeing is that, and I think there's actually a couple more years that just to make it fit, I think we've been dropping off the previous years, but all of those years of 0 increases where we were actually, in most of those years, going backwards, Gilbert was still having a typical normal school district increase, 3%, 4%, 2%, and I have that somewhere else I could pull out. So we were actually at a 0 going backwards for all those years.
yeah, but didn't you get money, wasn't that under receivership? And then we also got COVID money, so that was masking the
That was
problem.
factored in.
That was masking the
But that was
problem.
masking the
Right.
problem.
That
So
was-
it wasn't
no
like you
solution.
didn't get any money, extra
Right.
money.
No solution.
But that
I'm just making
kept
it clear.
programs open and running and educating our
Okay.
kids. But you see, this is not keeping up with inflation for almost 10 years.
We've been at a deficit.
And ECS has been flat for 17.
If we just
had a
kept pace
zero,
with inflation,
correct?
we'd be at
And
27 million. Yeah.
all those years we've had a 0, right? And you said that it was masked by the, COVID
Grants,
relief fund.
yeah.
Why was there no, incremental increases to keep up with that?
The voter
Question.
votes, and we propose, and the Board of Selectmen decides. So there's a multiple faceted process.
So we can't blame
Board of Selectmen.
past boards because not that I've paid attention to it then. I'm sure past boards have tried to get increases. The board, that's their job, is to build a budget that can support the school community. Now,
This is what I mean. It's
the
perfect.
selectmen could have sent it back, or the referendum could have sent it back.
There was a
So
time,
you see a 0% increase doesn't mean that the board didn't try to increase,
right,
correct?
correct.
So let's not, and that doesn't help us now. It helps the big picture to say, this is what happens when you don't get these increases, right?
You create a fiscal cliff because you're not keeping up with inflation. But we also have, in keeping in mind, taxpayers. So here we are.
Right.
Yeah, in a time where everything else, everybody is being affected by inflation,
Cost of food.
so everything.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. So here we are. So everybody's clear. Status quo to keep moving forward is 2.5 million increase over last year's. Cuts are.
I mean, that's not status
cuts.
quo, but that's keep moving forward.
That's right. That's right. And tonight is not the end of the story.
The story never ends.
It doesn't until the voter votes. We've
I
already
think there
said
was
that.
a movie about.
All right.
Yeah, so this
where are you?
isn't, but again, I tasked the board, once we get through this, to come up with viable solutions that can help us down the road.
That means somehow bringing income into the community.
Correct, in some way or another, or thinking out the box with options that we just can't see at this point, so.
Growing a
that's-
grand list, it's a conversation with the Board of Selectmen, growing a grand list, attracting
Yes, that's where
businesses,
they
yada,
do it,
yada, yada.
But we,
Sure.
what
Nothing
was
that we
said
control.
Nothing in
at
our
a meeting a number of weeks ago
Builds
was,
that.
Schools.
we're in negative again
So
with
that
the
people
grand
know.
list.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
our country.
So
So-
that ain't helping us.
Okay.
Under statute, we
Okay,
are
where are we?
required to prepare and submit an itemized estimate of the funds needed for public schools. We would be failing to perform a statutory duty if this board doesn't approve the budget.
Sure.
Bear in mind, yeah, there's also an MBR, which is you cannot reduce your budget any more than last year's budget.
Right. So that means if it goes to a third referendum, it goes back to that number.
Cannot
It
be
doesn't.
below the MBR,
It,
so,
you start with that number while you continue to vote.
right.
It isn't that the third vote, it becomes that, it
Oh.
just, what
Oh.
you hold at
Oh.
until you pass the budget.
But let's not worry
It'll be a
about
long
that.
summer.
Right, it's down the road.
That's way down the
What do we
road.
wanna do tonight, y'all?
Did you vote on the new motion?
We have not
I'm,
voted on
we
Chrissy's.
didn't, we didn't.
We're still discussing Chrissy's
still
main
doing
motion.
Yeah.
Did you?
I say we call that vote,
Yeah, we
the
never-
main
But-
vote.
That's right, we still have that on the table. I thought
There's
we
a
were
main
leaving.
motion
That
that
has
needs to
never
be
left the
voted.
table.
Then we
Yeah,
can
vote
move
down.
forward.
Or move to Tuesday.
All right, so, hold on.
Yeah.
We'll find
We
it
vote
out
on
for
that, we,
Hold on, let's not get at it. So we have a motion on the table to approve the budget of $26,509,482. I am gonna bring that motion to a vote.
Go back to the spreadsheet, please.
Please do.
26.
I'm assuming we have no other amendments to this original motion at this point. Not for tonight.
No.
No, I think we're amended out here. So, Joe?
Joseph Santoro, no.
Shane Centrella, no.
Oh, he's still here.
Chrissy Rylander, yes.
Frank Oliveri, no.
Jonathan Moore, no.
Kurt Warner, no.
Nora McCarsky, no.
Eleanor Bishop, yes.
Carol Kiak, no.
Okay, that's 7-2. No?
Motion fails.
Motion fails.
So we have no motion.
So we have no motion on the board right now, so, I think, so we can clear our heads. I think we should make a motion, to reconvene, to Tuesday night at 6 PM in this room.
We have the room? Is the room
Yes.
We do have it available.
It's the 3rd of March,
Okay.
March 3rd.
Thinking ahead, okay.
6 p.m.
I have I will make this motion. Would anyone like to second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Was that 9-0?
9-0.
And that
Okay.
was to return, to reconvene Tuesday at 6
Yes,
PM here.
correct. We're not done here. We are
All right,
not done.
public comment.
Tuesday the 3rd.
Hold on, Shane. Well, Shane, you can,
We have public comment, right?
yes, we do. So
Anybody left?
that closes at, item 3, our action item. So on to item 4, public comment.
Anybody?
Hold on. Let me get the,
Sheet?
Hold on, man, I gotta read it out. The Winchester Board of Education welcomes you to its business meeting. This is the second opportunity to hear comments from the public. We welcome and encourage public participation as a valued part of communicating input with the Winchester Board of Education. We appreciate your adherence to the following. Complete the requested information on the sign-in sheet if you wish to speak. State your name and address when you're called upon to speak. You will be allotted 3 minutes to share your comments. Please be advised that it is not the practice of the Board of Education to engage in dialogue regarding commentary. The superintendent of schools will be directed by the chairperson to prepare an appropriate response in a timely manner. We appreciate your time and thoughtful commentary. At this time of night, I would appreciate adhering to the 3-minute rule. Come on up.
I agree. Matt Smith, 662 East Springfield Boulevard. Tonight really proved that it was painful to watch. I have to thank you all because you're working very hard and you're trying to get this done. It's a monumental task. And I think Christine, you mentioned, how this is very important for kids to have good education. That's what everyone wants. However, it's been mentioned to think out of the box, and we have to think out of the box. It's not a dream. And thinking out of the box is crucial in this situation. I really think at this point, especially since Gilbert has a new headmaster there, right, and Mike Susi, and they have some other people that they've brought on. I think we have to look at, if we were gonna build a school this district today, we would never have it bifurcated and have it separated where we had 7, K through 6 and 7 through 12. It'd be one fluid system that served our community the best it could. I think we have to look into how we can combine those resources, save the money, and get everything that you're talking about. All these things are valid points. Nora, you mentioned a lot of things that are great things, great programs that we don't want to give up for the kids. But there has to be a way to combine the resources and get it done. I really think you should be sitting down in a room with Gilbert and with other people and hashing it out and figuring out a plan, a bona fide plan to move forward. So in the future, we have this, settled and we can really run a budget, not go through this circus. And to have this happen now, at the last few days, and everything pushed in, and I've seen it year after year again, it's Groundhog Day, as you said. It's not fair to do to the town, it's not fair to do to the kids, it's not fair to do to this whole system. So I hope you can get this straightened out on Tuesday, but till then, I think you have a lot of back channels, and a lot of work, and a lot of speaking to other people to see what you can do, because I think you can make it happen. I think you can get a plan and figure it out. And that's all I have to say, but thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Does anyone else wish to speak? Going once, going twice, sold. Okay. Moving on to item 5, adjournment. Would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Jonathan, second?
Second.
Joseph, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I didn't think we'd get a second.
All right, Shane, I'll call you later.
Okay.